Good morning. I'd like to call the September 29th, 2020 meeting of the Marine Resources Commission to order. At this time, I will be calling the roll to determine that we have a quorum. I understand that Mr. France will be a little bit late. Mr. Tankard.
Here.
Mr. Zedron will be absent today. Dr. Neal.
I am here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ballard.
Here.
Mr. Minor. Mr. Minor. Ms. Lusk.
Here.
Ms. Everett. Ms. Everett.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you for unmuting me here. Sorry, I had trouble unmuting.
All good. Commissioners here. We have 6. We have a quorum. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Ed Tankard to give the invocation. Mr. Tankard.
Lord, let us pray. We give thanks to the dedicated staff that have made this meeting possible. During this tumultuous summer, we again see the importance of the rule of law and the need for our government institutions to treat all citizens equally. Please give the Commission the fortitude to continue, as it has in the past, adhering to these founding principles. As we move into the fall of the year, we ask you, Lord, to watch over our commercial and recreational fishermen. Further, we ask that you safeguard the well-being of our brave and hardworking Marine Police. For this, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Tankard. Much appreciated. The next item, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. You've had a chance to look at that. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda by members of the Commission? Any corrections or additions or deletions by members of staff? There being none, the matters before the agenda are the matters before the Commission for approval.
I move to approve the agenda as presented. Ed Tankard.
Motion made by Mr. Tankard to approve. Is there a second?
Christy Everett, second.
Thank you, Ms. Everett. Mr. France. Mr. Tankard.
Aye.
Dr. Neal.
Aye.
Mr. Ballard.
Aye.
Mr. Minor. Ms. Lusk.
Aye.
Ms. Everett.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda are, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes of the previous meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or other modifications to the minutes by members of the Commission? If not, the Chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from our August meeting. Ed Tankard.
Mr. Tankard makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Chad Ballard, second.
Mr. Ballard, second. Mr. France. Mr. Tankard.
Aye.
Dr. Neal.
Aye.
Mr. Ballard.
Aye.
Ms. Minor. Mr. Minor. Ms. Lusk.
Aye.
Ms. Everett.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. The next item of the agenda are permits, projects over $500,000 with no objection, staff recommendation for approval. Who'll be handling that?
This is Tony Watkinson.
Mr. Watkinson, do you solemnly swear the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, proceed, please.
Mr. Commissioner, associate members, today we have one so-called page 2 item on our agenda. These are items that are over $500,000 in project cost that require commission authorization. We've subjected the project to our public interest review and there's no objections. And so with that, I'll read the project description for the one item. Huntington Ingalls Incorporated Newport News Shipbuilding is requesting authorization to construct approximately 297 linear feet of fender system and 3 hydraulic gangways along the south side of Pier 5 at Huntington Ingalls Newport News Shipbuilding along the James River in the city of Newport News. And staff has recommended approval of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Watkinson. Are there any questions by members of the commission for Mr. Watkinson on this matter? If they're hearing none, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak pro or con on this matter? If you do, please use the chat function at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Let MRC staff know you'd like to address the commission. If they're hearing none, the matter is before the commission.
Ed Tankard, I move to approve page 2 item.
Motion made by Mr. Tankard. Is there a second?
Just
Chad
Dr.
Ballard,
Neal.
second.
There you go.
Second by Mr. Ballard. Mr. France? Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor? Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. Mr. Watkinson, do we have any consent agenda items as item 3?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you. Ms. Block, member of the Office of the Attorney General, is there any need for a closed meeting for consultation with or briefing by counsel?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item I have on the agenda is presentation by Dr. Bob Orth and Dr. Chris Patrick, the esteemed Virginia Institute of Marine Science annual review of the status of submerged aquatic vegetation. Who's going to proceed with this one first? Dr. Orth or Dr. Patrick?
Let me unmute some of the
Hold on a second. Dr. Orth or Dr. Patrick, you are unmuted, ready to roll.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioner Bowman and Commissioners. This is Dr. Orth. I'm going to lead off the presentation. I want to at least let you know we appreciate very much your giving us the opportunity to be here via this strange way of presenting, but you've already been used to it. Before I get into the presentation, I'm delighted to present to you Dr. Chris Patrick. Dr. Patrick was hired this past year to take over the SAV program. And as some of you know, and this is true, there's no rumor, I will be retiring in January of 2021 after being at VIMS for 47 years and 8 months.
Congratulations, Bob. Well done. We'll be talking to you before then, though, but congratulations.
Well, like I said, I'm delighted that VIMS was willing to advertise my position. We did a nationwide, worldwide search. Dr. Patrick was the person of choice. And I'm going to let him introduce himself to you today because he'll be taking over the program. It's not that I'm going to go away forever. I'll be here to work with Dr. Patrick if needed as a mentor. But I'm absolutely delighted that VIMS chose Dr. Patrick to head the SAV program. So with that, the next slide is Dr. Patrick, and he'll give you a little background of himself so you know where he's coming from.
Please proceed.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Since I'm not in control of the clicks, whoever's running the presentation can just kind of click through these. this was just, there's a couple more clicks. I just wanted to give everyone just a brief background on, who I am and where I'm coming from. So, I'm actually from Maryland originally. University of Maryland is my alma mater. And I got my start in research there, working with folks at UMB. And then I left. I went out to the Midwest for 5 years, where I was at the University of Notre Dame doing watershed research. And then I was able to come back, and I spent a stint at the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center back in Maryland. And that's where I really started diving into seagrass and SAV research. I did quite a lot of research there, looking at the effects of land use and shorelines and stability on SAV communities. That's actually where I first met Dr. Orth, and we started working together on some of these projects. So from there, I went to the EPA on a AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship, kept working on SAV, but also nutrient criteria issues. And then I left the region again. I went down to Texas on the Gulf Coast. I was a professor at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, and I kept a foot in the door with Chesapeake Bay Research. I was part of the SAV synthesis team that JJ and Bill Dennison led. But I also got involved with seagrass research on the Gulf, working with Thalassia and Haladuli beds. But I missed the Chesapeake, and I was really, really pleased and fortunate to have the opportunity to come back here and join the community again and take over this program. So I've been here since January. I've been working really closely with Dr. Orth. He's been showing me all the tricks of the trade, all of his old long-term monitoring sites and field sites. We spent a heck of a long time, many hours out on the coastal bays this summer, and working on restoration projects and seed collections. So I'm really excited to be here, and I'm excited to work with y'all.
Great.
And just as a quick note, VIMS was really, really very nice to me and to Dr. Patrick by allowing us the opportunity for this transition period because of the high visibility and high priority of this program and how much we work with you. Dr. Patrick has a great research background, a great theoretical and statistical background, but he also is very interested in the applied aspects, and we've been stressing that. Of course, that is part of what VIMS does, to be your advisors. And Dr. Patrick, I think, will carry on the tradition of working very closely with you, your staff, and dealing with a lot of the issues that we've been dealing with in the past. They aren't going to go away. So with that, we can answer the question. Yes, sir.
Bob, I do have one point to make.
Yes, sir.
I hope you have inculcated into him the passion that you have exhibited through all these many years for this very, very important program. He's got some big shoes to fill, and I'll say that right straight out front as Commissioner of Marine Resources. I'm sure he'll do a great job, but we're going to miss you as well. So with that, proceed, please.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I trust me that VIMS was very careful in the selection process, and I have no doubt that Dr. Patrick will follow in the footsteps and do really well. And again, he's going to develop his own program, but I think that, as I mentioned, his background really puts him in a very nice place to work with you. And again, we stress our role as advisors to you in a fair and objective way.
And I'll just say, I 100% fully recognize the size of the shoes that I am stepping into. And I see myself very much as a caretaker of a program that has been fantastic. It's been up and running for a very long time. And I said it on my interview, and when I was talking with all the staff, JJ staff that I'm now managing, I see my role really to support them and enable them to continue to do the great work that they have been doing.
All good.
Okay, so with that, next slide. So we have our typical agenda, YSAB, next slide. Again, I always like to do some boilerplate stuff to always bring into the fact that, underwater grasses are the canary in the cage. And in particular now, as we talk a lot about climate change, these plants are definitely the key indicator that we need to watch really carefully as our climate changes. And you guys are hearing, and women are all hearing, the importance of our research in following what happens with not just SAV, but the other resources in the bay with climate change. Next slide. Okay, just again to highlight the water quality standards that we have here for both Virginia and Maryland, and again, playing a very important role in climate change about restoration targets. Every acre that we have in SAV is important in meeting these restoration targets by parts of the bay. Next slide. Keep on. Now we're going to do the bay-wide status. Okay. So in terms of the bay-wide status and trends, again, we use aerial imagery to map the beds, and as you know, the imagery that we collect, we put online so that every one of you and the staff and aquaculture people and the citizens can see our work. We are as transparent as anyone regarding placing our data on the web. Next slide. Again, we report all the data based on different segments, and these segments all have restoration targets. Next slide. And again, just to show you, this is a typical image that we map. And again, we map by density class. And I know there has been obviously lots of discussions about how these classes change, in particular that one that's called density class 1. We work very closely with the commission and staff on dealing with how these beds change over time and how this may influence where individuals may want to place particular leases. So with that, I'm going to now turn over the presentation to Dr. Patrick, who this is his first year in overseeing the monitoring program, and he'll be working with you from henceforth. But this is the presentation on the actual data for the 2019 year. So Dr. Patrick.
Yep, all right, so slide. So if you hadn't heard, 2019 was not a great year for SAV. In fact, 2019 may be the single worst year in terms of a drop from 2018 that we've seen in the record. We lost fully 33% of total grass coverage bay-wide. This is not including the coastal bays. This is the main Chesapeake Bay, Maryland, Virginia. Click. So just as a reminder, we've got 4 different salinity zones that we consider. So in the upper bay, the tidal fresh is 0 to 0.5 salinity. 0.5 to 5 is oligohaline. Then we've got this 5 to 18, the mesohaline, and 18 to 30, the polyhaline. And there's some really different communities of SAV, different species that are present in each one of these zones. Click. So while 2019 wasn't a great year, if you look at just the upper bay, those tidal fresh and oligohaline regions, we actually saw that there was a bit of an increase. We didn't see big losses in those areas. Click. All of these losses that we observed were in the mesohaline and polyhaline, and really the mesohaline. If you look in this third graph down on the right, you can see a big drop there. And if you look at the scale, we're going from 60,000 to like 22,000. So what's going on? Click. One more. There we go. Okay, so this figure in the upper left, these are areas of the bay which we know are pretty much all rupia. There might be a little bit of this and that mixed in, but mostly it's rupia. And so if you look at rupia coverage through time, widgeon grass, what you'll see is, we had a major crash in widgeon grass between 2018 and 2019. The closest thing that we've seen like that was between 2002 and 2003, and that wasn't nearly as large as this. And where these losses occurred were primarily in the Tangier Sound and the Honga. 65% of the losses that we saw occurred there. So just massive losses of widgeon grass. And we've never seen anything quite like this in the record. Slide. All right, one more. Okay, so I think that in past presentations, Dr. Orth has really communicated well the fact that eelgrass, Zostra, is experiencing these heat stress events, and we're seeing slow declines in eelgrass because of that. What that means for us and for Virginia waters is that the functions that we care about that the SAV provides, we're going to become more and more dependent on rupia, widgeon grass, and we don't really fully understand what causes these big swings in widgeon grass. I couldn't tell you with any certainty what precisely caused this 2018 to 2019 crash, because it's not something that's been a research focus in the past. So it's becoming a new research focus of the lab, so we can understand this. So we've got a couple new projects coming up. You can just click through these. Let's see. So the first one is in Broad Bay, in Lynn Haven. We're working on a new seed-based restoration of widgeon grass and eelgrass. This is hopefully going to be, we're hoping it will be the first successful seed-based restoration of widgeon grass. We've got some students that are looking at what are the best practices for collecting and planting rupia seeds. We've also hired a postdoctoral researcher to start looking into all this long-term data we have and really focus on just the widgeon grass and understand what is driving these big ups and downs in widgeon grass, and how can we use that in management planning in the future. So some really exciting stuff, and I'm hoping by next year we'll have some things to share with you about what's going on.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so we're going to launch quickly into the topics of the SAV sanctuary in Chincoteague and the propeller scarring that the Commission has been very proactive in providing proper guidance. And this is the SAV sanctuary in Chincoteague. In the last few years, we've had difficulty getting aerial imagery to see if these propeller scars that were formed by climbers that were dredging through grass beds. And as you know from the past, the VMRC created these sanctuaries that we marked. The 2020 data, which we collected from imagery, indicates that the sanctuary that we've got continues to work very well. And my best bet to say thank you to the Marine Police, who are very important in this entire process and keeping these sanctuaries the way they are. Next slide.
Question. You had indicated that you'd had difficulty as far as getting aerial photography.
Yes.
What was the impediment to that?
Atmosphere and Wallops Island. You know, they shoot rockets at Wallops, and whenever we go, we have to clear what we do through Wallops Island. And if they're shooting, we can't fly. They won't let anything go over there. And so that's been one of our big problems.
Well, I'm familiar with that.
Yes,
I'm familiar with that, but
they cleared the airspace, and that has been a big problem. So we try to work around that. But we did get some good imagery in May, and it shows that the scar has pretty much been contained, which we thought, was happening. But again, I do want to say a thank you to the Marine Police. They keep their eyes on the water, people that don't want to follow rules and regulations. So, okay, next slide. The propeller scarring. Again, this is something that we've been talking about every year because you provide us with funds to monitor this, being the eye in the sky and keeping track of what's going on. Next slide. We monitor several sites, but look around the bay. Most of the sites that we've seen the extensive scarring in the past are the Poquoson area and the mouth of the York and Browns Bay area. Next slide. This was the typical slide that I showed you that got started in terms of the extensive scarring. Next slide. And again, we use the aerial imagery every year. So again, going back in history, we proposed that this scarring damaged grass beds. Our research found that these scars do colonize and recover pretty quickly. You see that through time they've been reduced. There's still some scarring, but if you recall, the idea was that we did not want to say no to any kind of hull staining because we know how important that fishery is to certain members of the fishery community. And so while we do see some scarring, the scarring has been contained and it grows. And this is the record for the Poquoson. And the next slide is the Browns Bay. Similarly, again, very low levels of scarring. I do want to at least emphasize that it's important to monitor because when people know they're being monitored, hopefully they adhere to the rules and regulations that VMRC has enacted to protect the grass beds. Next slide. We'll launch into the seaside work, and this is our Keystone project that we're very proud of. Next slide. This is the work that we've been doing funded by so many different organizations, including VMRC's recreational fishing license. The whole goal has been to reestablish eelgrass in these coastal lagoons and the services they provide, in particular the bay scallop. The next slide. Okay, here are the data up through 2020 showing for these 4 bays that we've been doing our work: Hog Island, Spider Crab, Cobb, and South Bay. The color lines match the bays that the beds are being restored and colonized naturally through 2020. So the story here is very, very different than what we see in the Chesapeake. And in 2020, we mapped almost 9,500 acres. So the beds continue to expand. Most of those areas are the significant areas in South Bay. But this is kind of a cool project because it shows us, what happens when you have good water quality and the water is cooler than what we see in the Chesapeake. The beds just continue to expand. So we're pretty proud of this project because, again, the funding has been from multiple sources, but VMRC's Recreational Fishing License Fund has been an important supporter, and we thank again the Commission for supporting this project. The next slide. We're going to do the bay scallop update, and again, Chris has taken over this project. You've heard me talk before, but I'm going to let Chris tell you the latest and greatest of this bay scallop work. Chris?
All right, so slide. Oh, more animations. Let's just go ahead and click through these. Yeah. So as you guys are probably aware, there's been an ongoing effort in partnership between the VIMS campus here in Gloucester Point and the VIMS Eastern Shore Lab to restore the bay scallop to these the coastal bays after the recovery of the eelgrass. And we've been following a monitoring system that dates back to 2015. There's some surveys that have been done before that, but we really honed in on the right methodology, a spatially balanced design for looking at everything throughout this South Bay and Cobb Bay area. And so when you look at the data, what we have in the upper right here is the last 3 years of surveys, so 2018, 2019, and 2020. And each one of these points is a location where a team drove up there in a boat and did multiple transects, actually 50 1 meter squared like small surveys at each one of those points, counting and measuring all the bay scallops and also some other mollusks that we use as kind of tracers. And what you can see, the size of these points corresponds to the number of scallops that were found at that location. And just kind of eyeballing it, you can see between 2018, 2019, and 2020, the size of those dots are getting larger. And when we look down in the time series, just the average number of scallops per site, we are definitely seeing an increasing trend over the last 3 years in the number of bay scallops. So this is encouraging. We're nowhere near where we'd like to be in terms of overall population density, but to see this kind of positive trend over the last few years is great. We're hoping that it's going to continue. So we're going to be continuing to do our annual monitoring to check on how things are developing, and also starting some projects to see if we can understand why. You can see there might be some hot spots on this map where we have a lot more scallops and some areas where there's less. So trying to understand what about those hot spots make them particularly good places for scallops, and maybe using that to inform some of our future planning with the ongoing restoration.
An interesting anecdotal, this is Dr. Worth, this is an interesting anecdotal part is that we've heard from the people that are in clam aquaculture, they are finding lots of bay scallops now in their nets, which indicates that there's a lot of spread of these little baby larvae throughout the bay. And as Dr. Patrick has mentioned, the motivation is to really consider whether we would have any kind of a home-based scallop fishery, or even to entice individuals that may want to launch into an aquaculture-based fishery for bay scallops, given the demand that we see for seafood these days. Mm-hmm. Next slide. So just a quick summary since we're wrapping up. As we've said before, many times, water quality is the major driver for SAV distribution. A lot of questions now, what happened in 2019? And I trust that Dr. Patrick will be looking at this question very carefully and be able to provide some additional information maybe the next time he presents this. Our scarring, low levels, but we got to keep on monitoring. I think that's important. And then the Virginia coastal bays, an exciting project because you don't see what we see in the coastal bays in a lot of places around the world. And the Bay Scout, as Dr. Patrick just presented, is really an exciting part of this. And we hope that this project will continue and show promise. Next slide. So the action items, action items, next slide. One of those has already been done. You approved funding for the propeller scarring for this year. Again, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'd like to know that your continued support for the SAV annual monitoring is important because we know that this comes into a major play when we work with the aquaculture people because we want to know where these grass beds are. And the continuation of your support for our seaside work, which has been supported by the Recreational Fishing License Fund. And that you can't say enough to say thank you. Thank you to those people who have supported it, you commissioners who have supported it, and again for the Marine police that are out there that watch over us and the people that are influencing these beds. And next slide. One more slide. Okay, so finally, I want to share with you something that's probably the most exciting thing in my long career at VIMS. This is a paper that's coming out in this journal called Science Advances. This is one of the top journals in the world. It's looking at the seaside work, the restoration in the seaside. It's a authorship by people from VIMS, the University of Virginia, the Smithsonian, and the Nature Conservancy. And what we here demonstrate in this paper, the return of the seagrasses, but also the neat things that this system provides. And so we talk about the bay scallops, we talk about the fish, we talk about small invertebrates that serve as food, and the nitrogen and carbon storage that these beds provide. This is, I guess I look at this, gentlemen, as my penultimate paper as I leave VIMS. It's my last senior author paper probably in my career, but it embodies close to 25 years of work on the seaside and has been probably the most exciting project that I've had in my career here at VIMS, to see how quickly a system can recover with a little bit of help from both us and by nature. And so with that, I think the last slide is a thank you. And if you have any questions, again, I want to let you know how much I have personally enjoyed working with you, Commissioner, the other previous commissioners, all of them for the last 30 years, all the commissioners themselves who have been great supporters of the work that we do and that VIMS does in being advisors to the commission. I look forward to supporting the program and Dr. Patrick to the best of my ability as a background person, but I'll always be there in mind and heart. And again, thank you very much for your support, commissioners, for all the stuff you've done for me and VIMS. Thank you. And we're now entertaining any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Worth. As again, it's been a pleasure to work with you. You've been one that we could turn to when we had questions, and you've always been extremely passionate. You didn't just go through the motions. We could tell that there was a palpation that you could feel that you were very dedicated to this project, and we're going to miss you. Do any members of the commission have a question for Dr. Orth or Dr. Patrick?
Commissioner Bowman, Christy Everett.
Ms. Everett, proceed, please.
Yeah. I just want to echo Commissioner Bowman's sentiments that we've been very fortunate, Dr. Orth, to have your leadership and stewardship of this resource, and we're going to miss you, to say the least. Look forward to using your research to continue on protection of this effort, and Dr. Patrick, look forward to working with you. I don't know if this is too heavy of a question, but the research paper you just identified and taking the research for the last 25 years and understanding how important SAV is and how critical it is to, once restored, to other functions of the ecosystem. Is there any way to kind of translate that into the potential for the bay. Obviously, as you mentioned in your summary slide, there's the trigger of water quality, and without that water quality, you can't have healthy SAV beds. And so we're still stuck there in many ways, or, you know, a little bit of a roller coaster in terms of, you know, return and then taking a step back. But just wanted to see, is there hope for the bay like there has been in terms of the seaside restoration work? Again, maybe a loaded question, but just wanted to ask since it's part of your presentation.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for that compliment, and I'll echo again my thanks to all of you. Regarding the work that we've done on the seaside and the lessons that we've learned from there for the bay, I've said repeatedly that these coastal bays have taught us how important water quality is for underwater grasses, particularly the polyhaline grasses, eelgrass. What we said is that they need good, clear, cool water. I don't know how much we're going to be able to change the water temperatures because of the climate change. I think that we do know from research that these bay grasses need a lot of light. If you can improve the amount of light the plants get, they can tolerate water temperatures a little bit better. And so that's where the water quality component comes in. And, you know, as we know, the states are committed to doing whatever they can to improve water quality, to improve, you know, what happens on the land and how it influences here. So, yeah, this is the, I guess you want to say, the never-ending story, and why we at VIMS and me personally particularly look forward to Dr. Patrick tackling this for his career here at VIMS, and I can guarantee you'll be hearing this story for his career here at VIMS.
And I'd also like to just add, I know that I dropped a little doom and gloom with 2019 being a bad year, but I think it's also important really to put it in perspective. If you look at the history of Chesapeake Bay SAV, we are still on a trajectory of improvement. We're still seeing overall across the bay increases. And while 2019 was a bad year, it set us back to where we were like 5 years ago. But in a way, the fact that it's mostly Rupia that crashed, that's kind of good news, because Rupia has also demonstrated the ability to bounce back very quickly. And so I would not be surprised if we see some major gains just kind of clawing right back up to where we were back in 2018 over the next couple of years. So if you look at the long-term patterns across the bay, I think it's a story of recovery. It's obviously slower than in the coastal bays because we've got a lot of different problems in the Chesapeake Bay. But I absolutely think that there's hope, and I think that we're on the right track.
Just remember when Winston Churchill said, now this is obviously not the best analogy, but he said, never, never, never give up. And you know, I think that, you know, the people that are committed to saving the bay just should never give up, because we have a long road ahead of us. And as Dr. Patrick said, and as we've seen in other places, you know, we are seeing ups and downs in resources, but the general trend is up. And as you all know from what you have to deal with in terms of all the other resources, fisheries and marshes and all that, this is where you play as commissioners a really important role in the health of the bay and the resources that you have been given the honor to protect.
Well, thank you, sir. Further questions for Dr. Orth or Dr. Patrick?
Commissioner Bowman, if there's time, I have one more.
Okie doke.
Thank you. Just so back to that widgeon loss in 2019, and I think that you said the Honga and Tangier Sound. Are you certain that's not water quality related, or is it just so much more research to come? I just didn't know if there was anything that was kind of somewhat obvious and then ruled out, but maybe it's just to be figured out. But just wanted to dig in a little there.
Well, it's funny. Dr. Orth and I were just chatting about this before the meeting started, and I was going back and just looking because I thought I'd get a question like this at the older records. One of the things that's really interesting about 2019 as compared to past years where we've seen big drops, like we've seen big drops in the Middle Bay before, but it was usually accompanied also by big drops in the Upper Bay. Like if we get a bunch of big storms that come through, we'll see losses in the upper parts of the rivers down through the middle parts of the rivers. this was a fairly localized crash. I mean that's a lot of grass, but it's also a lot of eggs in one basket. That's an area that had a lot of grass. And so because we don't see the accompanying losses in other parts of the bay, there's something unique about what happened between 2018 and 2019 that is unlike what we see earlier in the record. So it probably is something to do with water quality, but I couldn't tell you precisely what it was. It might have been the timing of a particular kind of event. It could have been a combination of changes in salinity and water clarity. Widgeon grass is a funny species because if you look at where it lives, it can live in a lot of different salinities. It can handle a lot of different light environments. People have reported it living in very low light environments. So if you just take that, you'd think that it can handle a lot of conditions. So we're trying to understand, maybe there's something in the timing of its biology, or maybe it has to do with how fast a certain combination of parameters changes. So I think that it's something to do with water quality, but we don't know precisely what that is yet.
And as Dr. Patrick said, we have a research program that now has a component for working in the Lynnhaven system funded by the Army Corps of Engineers, really focusing on, for the first time in the history of the SAE program, work with widgeon grass. So I think that the focus of Dr. Patrick's program will really be a real major thrust that will help us understand some of these trends. So yeah, we'll look forward to his future presentations.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Dr. Orth, Dr. Patrick, thank you so much for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. Bob, we wish you good Godspeed. We'll be talking again before
Okay,
your big day. But just remember, when she retired, there's no difference between Saturday night and Tuesday night. So enjoy it.
Yeah, and when that paper comes out next week, I'll make sure I share a copy with all of you.
Please do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item on the agenda is item number 6. It's a presentation on Virginia's spend plan to distribute CARES Act fishery disaster relief funding. This spend plan was reviewed and officially approved by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Deputy Commissioner Ellen Boland, please.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Wanted to take just a few minutes of your time today to brief you on a pretty big pot of funding and some impacts to the fishing community related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. So we're going to briefly go through sort of what the CARES Act did, MRC's outreach efforts, sort of what we looked at in terms of allocating the funds, and then the process that we have set up in terms of eligibility requirements and the application. Next slide, please. So it has been a while, but in late April, Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, and part of that act was $300 million for fisheries disaster relief. It is worth noting that the fisheries industry was one of the few industries that actually got called out for specific funding. The airline industry was the other one. After about 6 weeks, NOAA then further allocated that $300 million to the coastal states and territories that qualified for the funding. Virginia's effective allocation of this was $4.484 million. And then to give you a sense, the estimated economic loss that we looked at in May was between 100 and 120 million, and that's just dockside value. That doesn't get into downchain results of sort of businesses, ice, gas, fuel, et cetera. So it's not a lot of money for some pretty massive economic impacts for the industry. Next slide, please. So once we found out what our funding was going to be, we reached out to constituents via survey that was open for 2 weeks to get a sense of sort of the people who were most impacted and their thoughts around how to spend the money. So this just gives you a sense of who initially responded to our survey. We had about 400 and almost 500 responses, the vast majority of which were commercial watermen, aquaculture. The other category, we did have them specify what that was, and that was a few ecotourist boats. But we had about 500 people respond, to give you a sense, we have about 3,500 MRC ID holders. So not our entire universe, but a decent number of people. Next slide, please. This is one of the key questions we asked, which is, what is your revenue loss expected to be and in which quarters? And again, as you can see, the second quarter, which was April to June, 90% of the respondents expected to have significant economic loss, and they expected that to continue into the third quarter of the year. We have seen a slight uptick in some of the markets, and the charter fishery, which had been shut down, is now back online. So we have seen a scaling up, but overall it has still been decreased. Sales have been decreased compared to previous years, given the slow uptake, primarily in the restaurant industry. Next slide. This was the key question we asked, which is, how should we allocate this money? And sort of surprising to no one, the vast majority of people wanted direct payments to fishermen. Some of the options have, funds to support the fishery, small grants. So the reason this question is important is, unlike many previous disaster relief programs, the direction from NOAA was really to look at direct payments. This is unlike a lot of other fishery disaster relief, where it's not the fishery itself that has collapsed, it is the economy around it, which also creates it's unlike anything we've ever had to deal with, either at this state or many others, because most of the tools that we have around disaster relief are not really applicable here. So typically we would often not consider direct payments because it can exacerbate existing capacity issues, but in this particular case, that is where MRC chose to focus. Next slide, please. So we wanted to make sure that we got quite a bit of feedback on this because, again, it is a pretty big initiative and funding for people who need it. So a couple of things we did. We set up a specific email very early on to handle comments and questions. We also convened a working group of members of existing advisory committees. We did that because it was just the fastest way to go. Typically, we just did not have the time to be able to solicit nominations for a working group and do all of that. So we used existing advisory committee members who we knew were knowledgeable about fisheries and represented all fisheries that were affected by the pandemic. And then once we did our survey, listened to the working group, we posted our draft spend plan online for 2 weeks to solicit feedback before we submitted to NOAA for the first round of comments. Next slide, please. So the big part of this, right, is how do you allocate too little money for too much economic loss? So we looked at 3 different options, and all of these are further laid out in the final spend plan, which is posted online. And there was a lot of discussion and back and forth, both internally and externally, over these. So I'm not going to get deep into the weeds on this. Because my main goal here is to just brief you on what we decided and what the next steps are for the industry. So the first step was just equal payments to all applicants. Everybody that applies, we take that number, we divide the amount of money we got, everybody gets an equal payment. The pros of this one are that it is much more streamlined for everybody involved. It decreases the amount of paperwork to the applicants. It means that MRC doesn't have to hire extra staff, and we can put all the money out to constituents. And it also just speeds up the process. We wouldn't have to wait for everybody to come in and then begin to look at all the economic loss. Second option was allocate a set amount of money to each sector. So when NOAA released the numbers to us, they also released their estimates of what each sector contributes to Virginia's economic impacts. And the way that they broke those sectors down was charter fishing, commercial and aquaculture as one, and then seafood dealers and processors. And based on their data, charter fishing contributes about 4.9% to Virginia's seafood economy. Commercial and aquaculture is about 58.6%, and then commercial seafood dealers is the other part, about 40 something. So what we could have done is we could have taken, sort of applied those percentages to the overall amount and then distributed sort of just to those people. This would have resulted in, particularly the seafood dealers, and processors getting a significant amount of money more than charter captains and commercial watermen. But what is important to note is even though it was significantly more than charter captains and commercial fishing, what we heard from dealers and processors was it still wasn't enough to actually make a difference to their losses. We were talking, depending on how we ran the numbers, maybe somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000. And we had a lot of, we heard from seafood dealers and processors, they lost hundreds of thousands, in some cases, millions of dollars. So while it was not going to make a difference really to them, it could have definitely made a difference to some of the commercial watermen and charter fishing captains. So that was also part of our process. And then the third was a weighted formula based on impact of different sectors. And this one was sort of the hardest one to pin down. What we would have done is likely worked with an economist to figure out sort of which sector had been impacted more and sort of try to apply a factor to how we distributed the money. And this was panned pretty quickly by the working group. So we did not spend a lot of time on it. But our primary goal with all of this was to get the money out quickly, which I realize is a relative term, and to minimize the burden to the applicant and to try to minimize overhead cost at MRC. Because there was so little funding and such great economic damage, the idea of sort of trying to make sure it's, we make up loss for people just wasn't an option on the table. We just did not have enough money. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's what we chose to do. Out of our money, we broke it down into two different categories. 3.9 million will be direct payments to eligible MRC ID holders. So that was another thing that we had to grapple with internally and externally, is who qualifies in our universe. MRC, we know that there are about 3,200 licensed MRC ID holders in the commercial fishing space. And that is a known quantity. So we know these people, we verified that they're real people. The vast majority of them have mandatory reporting. So it streamlined the process. But we wanted to make sure that for those people who may meet all of their qualifications but may not have an MRC ID holder, that they would also be addressed. Think deckhands, think people who work on aquaculture farms, et cetera. The challenge with that is we just don't know what that universe looks like. We just have no real sense of that because they don't have IDs. So what we chose to do was, again, for the vast majority of funding, we'll go to eligible MRC ID holders. And I will get into those eligibility requirements in a minute. And then we set aside $500,000 for appeals. So if you apply in the first round and we deny you, you can appeal that. And that's a requirement from NOAA. And then in that process, we will allow non-MRC ID holders to proceed. Then the reason we chose to do it this way is that will allow us to get money out on a rolling basis. And we won't have to wait for all of those, to figure out all the paperwork on those non-MRC ID holders, because again, they will have a more significant paperwork burden. There will be more verification, et cetera. And then we also took $1,000 for postage because we were mailing notification letters to MRC ID holders. Virginia is one of the few states that is not taking any overhead funding to implement this program. We made a decision pretty early on to work with the staff that we have to try to get this done and to ensure we had a process that meant we had to take very little overhead. And that was a big goal of ours that we have so far been able to execute. Okay, next slide. So this just explains who's in our universe and sort of breaks it down by sector. Several people have more than one ID, so they fish obviously in multiple sectors, but this just counts the unique number of individuals that we have in our database. Next slide, please. So the big question for many people is, do I qualify? And there are two sets of qualifications, some that come from NOAA, so they were stipulated in the CARES Act, or they come from the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And then the second is our set, is MRC's additional criteria, so we can run this program. So the biggest one is that you've got to have an economic loss greater than 35% as compared to the previous 5-year average over a time frame to be determined. So that's a lot of words. What it essentially means is you need to show a significant economic loss in Virginia from March 1st to May 31st. And where this gets additionally complicated is that some people have gotten unemployment, some people have gotten other CARES Act funding, and so we've gotten some back and forth from NOAA in terms of what counts and what doesn't. Because at the end of the day, the phrase they use is you can't be made more than whole. So we can't give you more money for relief than you would have made in a year. I don't think this is going to be a problem in Virginia because we got so little funding, but that was the source of a lot of back and forth and what really slowed down the process for Virginia and many other states. You need to be in a fishery-related business as laid out here. You got to be 18. NOAA added that specifically the down-chain businesses are not eligible, and they listed those. And then what NOAA left up to the state's discretion is bait and tackle shops. We had a conversation internally, and we chose not to include bait and tackle shops. The vast majority of states on the Atlantic also chose not to include bait and tackle shops. Again, because there's so little funding, and we just don't know what that universe looks like. And it's also tough to get into like what qualifies for like a local bait and tackle shop versus like a Walmart or a Bass Pro. And so we chose to just take those off the table early on, and we didn't get any pushback from anybody else on that. Next slide, please. So then we had to figure out what eligibility requirements does Virginia put in place so we can administer this to our constituents. So the first one is you've got to be in compliance, right? You can't have a license revoked or suspended. You have to be a state resident, and you must have an MRC ID for 2020 and must possess a license in one of these. The reason for that and the documented fishing activity in 2019 is that we have quite a few permit holders that aren't fishing. So there's some latent effort in our universe. We think about 1,000 permits, and we wanted to make sure that the people who were getting the money were people who were actually fishing and who relied on the fishing industry as their primary source of income. So you can also see that you must certify that 50% of your earned income comes from fishing activities. Next slide, please. So the question is, how do we actually do all this? When does the rubber meet the road? And how are we going to verify this information? So the first round is going to be for MRC ID holders. It'll be open for 3 weeks. A key thing I wanted to highlight here is this self-verification via affidavit. So what we are using for the vast majority of our applicants is an affidavit that they will have to sign that certifies all of the things listed above, that they're 18, that they're a Virginia resident, that they have 50% of their earned income from fisheries, that they've lost 35% of their income greater than. And sort of in that affidavit, it will say sort of under penalty of federal investigation, I certify these things are true. And I certify that if asked for additional documentation, I can back it up. And this is pretty, it's not common, but it's a process that's increasingly being used in other disaster reliefs to sort of minimize the amount of paperwork and also just minimize the review burden for the applicant. So there is a pretty high level of self-certification on this. For a lot of MRC ID holders, we have mandatory reporting requirements, and so we can check that on our end. For a specific set of permits that don't have mandatory reporting requirements, they will be required to submit additional information. This says open for 3 weeks, but we don't have a date yet, and here's why. Because of the nature of the data that we have to collect, there's personal identifying information because this money is taxable according to NOAA. We're already in the process of, but we had to wait for our new server to come online to be able to safely and securely process this information. So we are waiting, hopefully just a few more weeks to make sure that that is all online and secure, and then we will open the process. So our hope is sort of mid to early October, but our goal really is to keep everybody's information safe. And then from this, they will have an appeals process. Next slide, please. And then the second round is non-MRC ID holders and round 1 appellants. And so very similar process, open for 2 weeks. We have online and mail-in options, affidavit. For the reason we decided to maintain a mail-in option, because that will slow down the process, is that we have email addresses for about 60% of MRC ID holders, not to mention sort of everybody outside of that universe. So 40% of our constituents we still deal with exclusively by mail. And because of COVID-19 and a lot of additional facilities that would provide online access, so local libraries, et cetera, are closed or have limited hours, we wanted to make sure we had a mail-in option and to reach as many people as possible. So we are sending to MRC ID holders, we will send out a letter to everybody that is qualified saying we think you're qualified based on our initial look at our databases. You can apply here. And we will also send a letter to people who we will say, we don't think you qualify based on our databases. You can apply during this round. And again, people who non-MRC ID holders who apply will also have an appeals process. Next slide. Round 3. Again, MRC ID holder appellants, that'll be open for 2 weeks. And we don't have dates on these, again, because we don't know when we're going to start because of the server. And then there will be a lag time between the application processes as we process the data and look at the applications. MRC is not actually cutting the checks for this. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is the one administering the money, which is very helpful. They took a very small amount of money, I think like $36,000 off the top to administer this, which is worth its weight. So they will be the ones that are actually sending the checks to people, and they are the ones that will be sending the tax forms next year for people as well. Next slide. So last couple of thoughts. Again, all MRC ID holders will receive the same payment. There was a question of if there are not that many non-MRC ID holders that apply, of the 500,000, would that exceed the payment? The answer is no. The ceiling will be that of which MRC ID holders get. And then if there's any leftover funding, we will just cut into, equal checks to everybody. So there may be an opportunity to get more than one check. Again, I think the amounts will be very small as we go out. And then the last thing I wanted to say before we shift to questions, this is something that is unusual for all states, in that we are actually administering fishery disaster relief funds in the middle of an ongoing fishery disaster. This doesn't happen, and has not happened since we established fisheries disasters, the disaster provision back in the 70s. And this has required a significant amount of staff time. And while I am the one presenting to you today, I would be greatly remiss if I didn't acknowledge sort of the Herculean effort of the fisheries team and the IT team and admin and finance to figure all this out as we sort of try to build this plane while flying it. So I'm the person presenting, but there's a lot of MRC staff time behind that. And I'm very grateful for the team that we've had to work with on this, and looking forward to being able to actually open the application process and get some money out the door. And with that, I will take the final slide and any questions.
Deputy Commissioner, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know if I missed it during the course. There's a lot of data in there, but I think it's also important to note that this plan that ultimately evolved was not one that we simply put together, was rubber stamped and came out of NOAA. NOAA obviously had to approve it, and I think we went through 3 iterations. Is that correct, Ellen?
We went through 3 revisions.
Yep. And every time it was just something different, some more staff time and some more computations to make. I'm certain in this scenario that a lot of the things that we do at this commission, we try to make everyone happy, but it's an impossible task for that to occur. What we're trying to do is to provide the funds to those that need it the most, realizing that there are those that are impacted that could also argue they need it as well. But we tried to do the best we could with what we had to work with, which was not a whole lot of money. If you look at the money that was assigned to us, Ellen, I kind of wish you'd put a table up there or as to who got what. You go down the coast or whatever, we got what we got. Maine got 20 million. Even Georgia and South Carolina, I think, did fairly well. It's a really weird computation as they came up with it, but that's how we got the 4.3 million. Also, Ellen, I think it's important to note that I've read something that was somewhat inaccurate in the press. It said we were keeping, what was it, $1 million or something for VMRC?
Yeah.
That's, Ellen has corrected that. What we took here was $1,000 for overhead and postage, and the rest of it was staff time, and I don't have anything stashed away in a safe. So anyway, with that, we'll answer any questions by members of the commission.
Mr. Bowman, this is Christy Everett.
Ms. Everett, proceed, please.
First of all, to all the staff that worked on this, and Ellen, I can't imagine the lift and the timeline. I don't envy you, so great work. Just curious a little bit in terms of, and I'm not saying this as we should have done it sooner. I guess I'm just saying if there are questions that we get about, you know, the timing, how does it compare to some of the other states? Obviously, there's different resources allocated. Like you said, some other states were taking a cut to administer it. Some have different amounts of money, of course, but just are we pretty in line with how the other states are able to get this funding out the door? I just didn't know how it compared relatively to that, just for awareness.
Thank you. That's a great question. I can only speak to the East Coast states. So we are on the earlier side of it. I think we were the 5th or 6th state to get our spin plan up to NOAA. The only state that has actually gotten money out the door, I feel like, is Massachusetts for one part of their industry, and because they did it as a different approach. They're basically being reimbursed for money that they had already spent from their state coffers. So I don't think any state has actually had checks cut. And several of the states that had submitted plans ahead of us they had already gone through fisheries disaster reliefs in the past 2 to 3 years. So effectively, they were able to recycle their plans and send them up to NOAA. It's worth noting that Virginia got our allocation, I think end of April, early May, and we finalized our NOAA spin plan about 2 weeks ago. Roughly 8 to 9 weeks of that was a combination of public comment and NOAA review. So while there was a lot of sort of internal work on this, there was also some pretty substantial amounts of time that we needed to get the feedback from constituents, and then there was just a lot of back and forth with NOAA, as Steve alluded to. So I think we are in a pretty good position. You know, I do recognize that as fast as we wanted to move and tried to move because of the way this was set up, we are very cognizant of the fact that this money was needed in March. So we understood that. We tried to get it out as quickly as we could, but we also know that there has been ongoing economic damage.
Well, and if I can add to that, Ms. Everett, we have, from the day that they said start working, we started working on it. And as you well know, the best laid plans sometimes don't work out, and that's not necessarily on our end. There was also some, I'm not going to call it confusion, but some difference of opinion at the federal level as we were designing our spend plans and how things should be and what should go on, and you know what should even be in the affidavit that's provided, what the language should be, some legalese things. So the impediments that were present that may have caused somewhat of a pause for us to be able to get it out sooner. It was all, there's no blame to be laid, but it's been a work in progress for all involved. And I can assure you that we have not missed one single day of opportunity to have this very important project rolling down the pipe. So I thought it was important to say that. Our spend plan was sent up a couple times and had to make revisions, but I believe that we are in the hopper just as fast as anyone else has been in an effort to send much needed relief to the constituency that we serve. So while I have not been having my finger on the tiller of this one, I can assure you I've been watching the heartbeat, and I know darn good and well they have been working as hard as they possibly can to get this out the door. So that's just my extra 2 cents to it.
Great. Well, great work. Just wanted to have that context in case it came up.
Thank you, Christy. Much appreciated. Anyone else have any questions? If not, Ellen, thank you very much for a great presentation. And to everyone involved, as you said, IT, fisheries, anyone that had a help in it, I really do appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is Grand Bay Properties LLC 20-0808, Commission Review of Accomack County Wetland Board, August 27, 2020 decision to approve the filling of 20 square feet of vegetated wetlands and 2,397 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands as part of a bulkhead replacement project along Chincoteague Bay.
Hi, this is Allison Lay, and I will be presenting on this one as well as the next review case. So we are reviewing 2 of the Accomack Wetland Board decisions, both of which are in the Captain's Cove subdivision. So I'm going to start out with the review of the Grand Bay properties, and I'll follow up with the Robert Hetzel application, which is about 6 lots to the south of the Grand Bay properties application.
Okay, just please make sure that we separate those 2 cases as far as action by the commission or non-action or concern.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will make sure of that.
Thank you.
All right, so as I said, we're going to get started with the Grand Bay Properties application, and this is a review of the Accomack County Wetlands Board decision to approve this project. Next slide, please. So this slide starts the information that was presented at the Accomack Wetland Board meeting for this application. The project is located near Greenbackville on Chincoteague Bay and is in the Captain's Cove subdivision. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the project site. The 3 lots are outlined in red. They're bordered by Chincoteague Bay on one side and a dirt road, and then a lagoon behind that on the other side. Next slide. This is a diagram that was presented by the Wetland Board staff showing the length of the bulkhead for the 3 separate lots. Staff showed that there are 8 portions of the bulkhead of various lengths that are still standing, but the rest of the bulkhead has failed and been destroyed. Next slide. This image shows the difference in the shoreline between 2013, which is on the left side, and 2016, which is on the right side. You can see some failure in 2013, but even further failure in the 2016 aerial shot. Next slide. These are photos that were taken on site. You can see that the bulkhead has failed and that both mean high water and mean low water are landward of the existing bulkhead alignment. Next slide. These are some more photos from the project site, just getting some different views of the bulkhead and of the water that is now behind the bulkhead, as well as the wetland vegetation. Next slide. Another couple of photos from the site. Next slide. And a couple of more photos showing the similar things as the other photos. Next slide. These are photos that were submitted at the July meeting, and they were submitted by the applicant. So these photos show similar things as the photos that were taken by the Wetland Board staff. You do see a house in one of these photos. That is a house that was constructed nearby to these lots, but that lot is not located along Chincoteague Bay. It is a landward lot. And next slide. This shows just a couple of more photos that were submitted by the applicant. Next slide. This is a survey of the 3 lots that was submitted just before the August meeting. The survey shows the mean low water and mean high water lines, but it does not show the 1.5 times the tide range line, which was requested by the board at the July meeting. And you can also see the portions of the bulkhead in brown that are still standing, and then the gaps in between those. Next slide. This is a cross-section drawing that was submitted with the original application, and it does show that fill is proposed behind the bulkhead, which they also proposed to construct within the same footprint as the existing failed bulkhead. Next slide. We did receive VIM's comments on this application. They recommended that the remaining bulkhead pieces be removed and that the current shoreline be stabilized by placing a stone breakwater at the center of the site with 2 stone spurs to the north and south that tie into the adjacent bulkheads. Although the fetch is long, this type of nearshore breakwater living shoreline can be successfully designed and employed in high energy environments. Next slide. So this goes over some of the specific deliberations that happened during the first meeting, which was in July. So it started off with the agent for the project, Mr. Norman Pitt, giving an overview of the project. He stated that the lots were purchased as investments with the intention of them being buildable lots. The staff to the Wetlands Board, Chris Governator, then commented that no lots can be deemed buildable, but each site plan is evaluated before construction of a structure. A member of the public, Mr. John Ward, did make a comment during the public hearing. He asked about the status of the construction of Seaview Street, which is the street that these lots are located on. And Mr. Governator stated that the application was submitted, but was found to be incomplete and is still in the process. The board then discussed the VIMS report and problems with constructing a bulkhead at this site. The board then discussed their jurisdiction over the project. They determined it was unclear where the mean low water and mean high water lines were located, and that the initial drawings that were submitted did not show the site conditions accurately. The applicant, Mr. Bill Davis, agreed to a continuation of the application in order to obtain a survey of the project site. The board then made a motion to continue the application to the August meeting, directing the applicant to provide a survey of mean low water, mean high water, and the 1.5 times the tide range line. Next slide. So this then came before the board again at the August meeting. The agent again started the meeting with an overview of the project and presented the survey, which was in the previous slide that I showed you. The survey did show mean low water and mean high water, but did not show the 1.5 times the tide range line, which was requested by the board. The board, after viewing the survey, determined that only the fill behind the bulkhead would be within their jurisdiction. The board then stated that they believed the project location was not a good site for a living shoreline, and they did not discuss any other alternatives. The board then discussed the process for construction of houses on the lots if the project was approved, but determined that a separate application process would need to be followed after they received all of their environmental permits. The board determined that they did not know the amount of fill that would be used or the amount of vegetated wetlands that may be impacted, since they did not have the 1.5 times the tide range line in the survey. The agent estimated that about 20 square feet of vegetated wetlands would be filled. And the applicant also agreed to accept a permit condition saying that if more vegetated wetlands would be impacted, then permitted, then they would come back before the board. Next slide. So after all of the deliberations, the board did decide to make a decision to approve the application with the following conditions. Add information showing the cubic yards of fill to be used. Pay $240 into the mitigation fund for 20 square feet of impacts to vegetated wetlands. Show county staff the various tide ranges, practically the 1.5 mean tide range. Per the applicant, this approval is contingent on Mr. Governator confirming that only 20 square feet of vegetated wetlands need mitigation. The county has the right to bring this application back to the Wetlands Board if there is any extensive vegetated wetlands impacted, and then add the new drawings to the application. Next slide. After careful review of the application, site conditions, the local wetland board record, VMRC policy, and Virginia state law, staff concludes that the board has erred in the approval of the filling of tidal vegetated and non-vegetated wetlands as proposed. Although the board stated that they believed a living shoreline is not feasible at this location due to fetch, staff believes that further consideration should have been given to VIM's recommendation for construction of a breakwater with spurs, which is a common shoreline erosion control structure used on high fetch shorelines. The board could have also considered placement of the proposed bulkhead landward of the local wetlands board jurisdiction. Importantly, the applicant intends to create a buildable lot by filling jurisdictional tidal wetlands. The Commission's wetland guidelines state that alteration of the shoreline is ordinarily not justified for purposes or activities which can be conducted on existing fastlands and which have no inherent requirement for access to water resources. A house could be constructed on an upland lot without requiring the filling of wetlands. Therefore, the filling of wetlands to create a lot to have a house built on does not meet the wetland guidelines. Accordingly, after evaluation of the merits of the project and after consideration of all the factors contained in 28.2-1308 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends that the Commission reverse the Accomack Wetlands Board decision and deny the project. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. Any members of the Commission have any questions of Ms. Lay?
Chad Ballard.
Mr. Ballard, proceed.
Approximately how long is the fetch and what direction?
I don't have a good measurement on the fetch. It is quite large. It is on Chincoteague Bay, so they do have some fetch coming from the north and the east, which can be problematic during storms.
Okay.
Further questions? And for the record, we are showing that both Mr. France and Mr. Minor are present for this hearing and have been present since the beginning of the hearing. Mr. France, you on board? Mr. France? Okay. Mr. Minor?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that y'all were here. We showed you logging in. Any further questions again before I turn it over to the board?
Commissioner Bowman, this is Christy Everett.
Everett, proceed, please.
Yeah, and I don't know if this question's a tiny bit premature, but just reading the staff update as well. A question for Allison. If the staff recommendation is to potentially reverse the Accomack County Wetlands Board decision, some of the suggestions that you referred to in this, like such as the VIM's recommendation, then the board would reconsider that, the applicant could reapply, change it. I mean, I guess I'm wondering the evaluation you've done and the work you've done to kind of verify the most appropriate course of action. Does that help the Wetlands Board come to a further decision, or does it just open up a blank slate and the permit is not granted as proposed by the Accomack County Wetlands Board? Does that make sense as a question?
I think that might be a legal question at this juncture, as far as what the ramifications are and why it was done. Why it was done will be ultimately up to us as triers of the fact, as we look at this this case. So, Kelsey, would you like to, Ms. Block, would you like to weigh in on this?
I'm sorry. I was getting a lot of feedback during that. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. I think the question was just what's up for decision-making here today is whether we follow the staff recommendation of the August decision by the Academic Wetlands Board be reversed. And I guess my question was, beyond that, is there information that came from this analysis and summary which might help either the applicant or the Wetlands Board come to a better or a different decision than they've come, or does it just reject that permit and it's up to the applicant or their agent to kind of change what they plan to do?
So you can, and would be essentially send it back to the Wetland Board for them to do it again. I wouldn't demand with just, do better. I would at least make some statement of, here's what we think they should have considered but didn't consider. The standard is still the same, whether you want to modify the decision, remand the decision, or just reverse the decision. You have to find the Wetlands Board in reaching its decision failed to fulfill its responsibilities on the wetlands zoning ordinance, or the substantial rights of the appellant or the applicant have been prejudiced because the findings, conclusions, or decisions of the board are in violation of constitutional provisions, excess of statutory authority, made upon unlawful procedure, affected by other error of law, or unsupported by the evidence on the record, or arbitrary, capricious use of discretion. So, regardless of whether you want to send it back to them or just straight up reverse it, you still need to have a basis in that standard.
Pursuant to section 28.213.13 of the Code of Virginia is what we're dealing with, Ms. Everett. If you have that's a very short section in your code book that outlines your responsibilities. Now, this is not a trial de novo. This is basically an examination of whether, not that whether their decision was right, wrong, or indifferent, other than as it relates to the specific code section. This is a review of their decision.
Thank you very much. That helps. Appreciate it.
Okay, cool. Further questions of Ms. Lay? All right, thank you. At the present time, the first person I have to speak is Mr. Earl Frederick, Accomack County Wetlands Board Chairman. Mr. Frederick, are you on board?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am.
Well, could you proceed, please?
Certainly, I have just a short statement that was formulated by the board at our last meeting, our September meeting. And it says basically this: the Accomack County Wetlands Board approved fill only for the area in our jurisdiction, with the understanding that the applicant would still have to get application approval for the requested bulkhead and any fill lower than mean low water from VMRC. This was made very clear to the applicant, especially the last part of it, about needing approval from VRC for the bulkhead. And I'm currently the chair of the board. And I was thinking back in the 13 years I've been on the board, this is the first application that I remember which has has a major component of the application outside the board's jurisdiction. And that was problematic to us. We certainly didn't take the discussion of this application lightly in any way. And I think as much as anything, our approval of the fill was based solely upon the idea that VMRC might approve the bulkhead, replacement of the bulkhead. And just like Ms. Lay mentioned, the Hetzel property, the logic behind our decision is...
Sir.
Yes, sir.
We can't get into that case at the present time.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, it stands for the Grand Bay properties, and that's it. Yeah. That's about it from here.
All right, sir. Fully understand.
Okay.
Any questions by members of the commission for Chairman Frederick? Thank you. The next person that I have is Chris Governator, Accomack County Wetlands Board staff. Mr. Governator, are you on board?
Yes, sir, I'm on board.
Okay. Would you like to address the commission?
No, sir, I don't have anything additional to add to Ms. Lay's information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pitt, agent, are you on board?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay. Yes, sir. Would you like to address the Marine Resources Commission?
Yes, I would like to address the board. Thank you for taking this. Let me have this opportunity. The problem with this situation is this is a previously approved area. Back in 2004, one lot was approved for the installation of a bulkhead. 2003 and 2003, the other two were. This had already been previously approved by Mr. Badger, who made several visits to the site starting back in 2018. And I had his pictures to prove it. It wasn't a desktop review. He, myself, and I believe, I'm not sure if Chris Governor ever made it out, but we looked at it and he said, as long as we put it exactly in the same footprint, he issued a letter that no permit needed. Upon doing so, we moved forward. Unbeknown to me or the owner, that was a meeting that went back on the site, and his recommendation was, and his letter was pulled. So we were in a dilemma, almost had the contractor on site, ready to start the work when we get the letter saying, going to the wetlands board. We agreed to pay for the 20, it was actually, the wetland bill actually said 13 square feet. And we said, we'll move it up to 20, just to please. We're not trying to do anything that's with damaging to the ecosystem. But what we did do, Hank Badger and myself, and also this have the approval of the Corps of Engineers. Hank Badger and myself worked on this from 2018. And we picked it, and this morning we picked this project apart to make sure we're following the rim and the scope of VMRC. And we just don't understand how that his letter got pulled. Basically, unbeknown to us, we checked a fetch out there, and I discussed this with Ms. Lay several times, and we're not trying to create a buildable lot. It's already an establishable lot. All we're doing is going back and filling the area that had eroded. Behind us, these lots, there is a road that if left uncontrolled, the tide of flood, the storm is going to wash that road out. We just want our whole, I believe, understanding. We want an understanding of why was the ruling by Hank Badger, who made several site visits, had over 20 emails back and forth between myself, Mr. Governor, and Mr. Badger discussing this. And Mr. Governor actually put in one of the emails, it's a straightforward case. I read emails, I mailed them out to everyone this morning to see and to read over. So I really we cannot grasp why Mr. Badger's letter was withdrawn or rewritten. Also, the board was basing some of their decision on the letter from Hank Badger. And I contacted the Corps again, and the Corps said, we've reviewed it, it is what it is, we approved it, and we're not gonna pull it. So I really, I think Bill, someone else, Bill wants to talk, but I really need to get an understanding of why and how Mr. Badger's letter was pulled.
I don't know about Mr. Badger's letter being pulled, and as far as the jurisdiction that Mr. Badger has at this juncture when he's up there talking to you about the bulkhead, he would be talking to you about what's subaqueous in nature.
And he did.
Okay,
he did.
so that's for lack of a, that's not shoreward. That's toward the mean low water mark. We're talking about now the bulkhead that's failing, and then the issue that is occurring up behind the bulkhead, I think, is what in the wetlands. In the wetlands board jurisdiction.
Yeah, Mr.
Oh, just a second. Just a second. Mr. Pitt, did you have any further?
Yes. This was discussed. I mean, this has been going on since 2018 about the filling, and even on the drawing, we weren't going to go into any vegetated wetlands. The vegetated wetlands that's being discussed was something that fell in just a clump. So we went into about this, there were 20 emails about filling behind the bulkhead. Even on the drawing, it shows it and it's noted. Because just going on.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Pitt. The Corps during the course of the hearing indicated that, in their words, as far as the report, VIMS recommended that the existing bulkhead be removed and the current shoreline configuration be stabilized by placing a stone breakwater at the center of the site with two stone spurs to the north and south that tie into the adjacent bulkhead. VIMS also commented that although the fetch is long, this type of nearshore breakwater living shoreline can be successfully designed and employed in high energy environments. The board briefly discussed the VIMS recommendation and the problems constructing a bulkhead at this site. So what was your response to the board when they had that discussion?
Well, we did not receive the VIM report till well after we had been permitted by the engineers and by VMRC. And the fetch, I have those totals on the fetch. That fetch is northeast 9.52 miles. The fetch to the east is 5.2 miles. And to the southeast, 7.9.
Okay.
So we went into definitely details in figuring out what was the best option. And all I can say is VIM report didn't come out till after the fact. Or, you know.
Why would you think why would you think that's the best option if the bulkhead continues to fail?
No, we want to replace the bulkhead. And the reason why I'm saying.
My point is, why do you think a bulkhead is the best option over VIMS's indication if the bulkhead continues to fail?
I hear you, and I'll explain it. Years ago, we tried in that area when I was with the county as the environmental manager. They put gabion basses out there. They have tried to armor that, and even at Fort South at NASA. And what they found out, that in these storms, I'm not being a scientist, I just listened to a lot of the officials talk in that area and been to a lot of the board meetings concerning that area. And even with that, during storm surges, it would have to be at least 2 to 3 feet above. That's the riprap above to stop further erosion. The reason why we leave the bulkhead would work better, with the buildup of sand behind it, it would naturally what they was even saying with the gabion basset, that it would naturally form a living shoreline. And I'm sure Ms. Lay has been longer than seen it also. That.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any questions of Mr. Pitt by members of the commission? All right, thank you, Mr. Pitt. Mr. Bill Davis, Grand Bay Properties is the applicant. Mr. Davis?
Yes. Yes,
Would
can
you
you
like to
hear me?
address the commission, please?
Yes, I would.
Proceed, please.
Okay. One thing that I think that's extremely important, you should always be able to trust and without question, believe the people that are working for these state agencies. And I think, when they make a recommendation or they make a statement, it should be, you should absolutely believe they're telling the truth. Ms. Lay, during her, made a statement to the Wetlands Board under oath that Hank just did a desktop job on this project. And,
Did a what kind of job? What kind of job?
Hank Badger had just done a desktop review. So he hadn't, basically she was implying he had not, saying he had not been to the site. That was absolutely not true. She did not tell the truth under oath. Well, wait, sir,
wait a minute. I'm going to have to just take just a little exception, and I'm going to ask her in a minute. There's a big difference between, I'm running the meeting, just a minute, sir. There's a big difference between someone lying, as you are indicating that she has, or not telling the truth, or being mistaken. And I will get into the gravamen of that assertion in a little while. But if you're going to go down the path and use this immediately to impugn the integrity of a state employee that's doing their job, that I would say that's not the right direction to be going in. So if you've got direct evidence that she has lied, that she knew ahead of time that the desktop or that the field visit had occurred, you can put that into evidence, and then I'll make the decision as to where we go from there. But please do not go down the path of impugning the integrity unless you have certain facts that you can assert that prove that. So proceed, please.
No, I understand that. All I wanted to say is that that's something that should be asked. I'm not saying she lied intentionally. I don't know, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's something that should be looked into. So I just wanted to get out there. That's all I wanted to say on that.
All right.
These lots are, I'm not creating buildable lots. I just want to restore them to where they were. So
yes,
that's all I'm trying to do. And I tried to do all this correctly. I didn't go right there. I didn't try to fill them. I didn't try to do work. We went through the correct process. And to have the no permit necessary letter from Hank and have it rescinded, something's not right. That shouldn't be done. He spent a lot of time on this and effort, and he made his decision. And for someone to come behind there and change it, to me, that just doesn't seem right. So that's all I have to say.
All right, okay, understand. Any questions of Mr. Davis, members of the commission? I guess I have one. We keep talking about the letter from Mr. Badger. Does someone have the last letter from Mr. Badger in their hand that was part of the record? Was it entered into the record?
Yes, I mean, we definitely have Hank Badger's letter saying that.
Was it entered into the record at the Wetlands Board hearing?
Yes.
It was?
Yes.
Okay. Looking for it now to make sure I can find it because I have the record as well. And what item would that be?
If I may, the date on that letter is May 20th of 2020.
Okay. Hang tight. I need to look up something real fast. I don't see it. If it was entered into the record, could you please read it to me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Okay. This says, addressed to Grand Bay Properties. This is VMRC number 20-0808. It says, Dear Mr. Davis, we have received your application requesting authorization to remove your existing bulkhead and install 150 linear feet of new bulkhead in the same footprint. The proposed project is situated adjacent to your property along Chincoteague Bay on 3 lots in number 756, 757, and 758 in the Captain's Cove subdivision, Accomack County. Provided the proposed bulkhead falls within the same footprint as the existing bulkhead as shown on the application drawings and does not encroach channelward of the existing bulkhead, no authorization is required from the Marine Resources Commission. Then it said, for your information, you may need authorization from your local wetlands board and or the Army Corps of Engineers prior to commencing your project. Your application has been forwarded to these agencies.
Okay. I think what we have here is a situation that involves maybe some lack of understanding as far as jurisdiction is concerned. Mr. Badger was approving the bulkhead to be replaced in a specific location. If you note, he said, check with the wetlands board. That's why we are here today. It's not what Mr. Badger said as far as that bulkhead is concerned. What we're dealing with is what is shoreward or toward the wetlands board's jurisdiction of that bulkhead and how that specific area is managed. So what Mr. Badger gave was not approval to fill the back of that bulkhead. So that's why we're here today.
If I'm sorry, if I may.
Who is this, sir?
This is Bill Davis.
Mr. Davis?
If I may, I just wanted to say, how do we address, we had a letter from Mrs. Lay that saying Hank's letter was rescinded. So, that's.
I'll ask that question. Ms. Lay, are you familiar with what he's talking about?
Yes, I am. So during the July meeting, when some revised drawings were submitted and after completing a site visit myself, I saw that there were going to be subaqueous lands that were going to be filled or were proposed to be filled in the application. I felt that Hank's NPN letter, or no permit necessary letter that was just read for you, did not convey that a permit would be required for the filling of those subaqueous lands. And I did send a letter stating that we were rescinding Hank's previous letter and that we would be requiring a permit for the filling of subaqueous lands.
Okay. All right. Mr. Watkinson?
Yes, sir.
Care to comment on that?
Yeah, I think what we have here is a situation where if you look at those pictures and the revised drawings, it tells the story. After Allison visited the site and looked at the information that we had and the conditions there, we realized that a VMRC permit would be required for filling state-owned submerged lands that exist along that site based on the plans that we were getting from the applicant. And as a result, the proper thing to do was let the applicant know that it did require a permit and that the letter that they received from Hank was basically incorrect and therefore rescinded, and we would have to issue a permit eventually if the project got through the wetlands board.
Okay, so what we have here is the employee made an error in wrongly advising that this would not require a permit. Upon secondary examination, the employee, Ms. Lay now, indicates that the matter is under the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Board and the Marine Resources Commission, and a permit would be required. So, although it is unfortunate that Mr. Badger provided that letter, and I personally don't take any pleasure in hearing this in this forum, we still have the situation at hand to deal with. What he did has nothing to do with what we're dealing with now, pursuant to Ms. Lay's case and the case of the Wetlands Board. The courts have ruled many times that government can make a mistake, and just because they do make a mistake, although it's not a mistake that one, especially the agency head, likes to know about and hear about, it's still the government's responsibility to ensure that the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia are applied and upheld. So we're back to where we were.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may add just one thing.
Yes, ma'am, you may. For the record, this is Kelsey Block, Office of the Attorney General. Please.
I'd just like to reiterate, even under the first letter that Mr. Badger sent, he never said anyone was exempt from the Wetlands Board jurisdiction. And that is all we are here on today. So this and the rescinding of the letter really has no bearing on this permit or this review.
My point exactly, and thank you for the clarification. Any questions by members of the commission at this juncture for anyone that's spoken to give an opportunity to flesh this out? Okay, at this time, Mr. Frederick, you have 3 minutes I'm sorry, Ms. Lay, do you have any further questions or comments?
No, I have no further questions.
Mr. Frederick, do you have any comment as chairman of the board?
No, not really. I think the situation still exists that we approved only for fill within our jurisdiction. And I, again, like to reiterate that the applicant was well informed that he still had to go through VMRC for approval of any other part of the application outside of our jurisdiction, the filling of subaqueous and the replacement of the bulkhead.
And I think by giving them that heads up, you did exactly what you should have done. So the issue that we're dealing with now is what was behind the bulkhead shoreward. So with that, the matter is before the commission for discussion and action. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Dr. Neal.
Dr. Neal?
What started out as a pretty simple thing to me has now become a very confusing thing to me. And so what we're trying to determine here is whether the Wetlands Board did not do their job properly. And
not necessarily properly, but pursuant to the law.
All right. Okay. All right. But then a lot of the things that we're discussing, why we should overturn their decision, seems to be based on things that are in VMRC's ballpark. And so things like what VIM's recommended, that seems that's us and not them. And so I guess this is a legal thing again to our council. It's becoming. I'm not so sure that this is really a wetlands thing. It's just what we need to discuss later when they have to come to a permit before us. And so I guess I'm back to Ms. Block.
Ms. Block?
If you're asking what basis you could reverse or remand this decision on. I don't know if that's a legal question. I can basically just tell you what the statute says again. It does sound as if this is, going to be coming up for like its own permit from VMRC. I'm not sure there's much more guidance I can give you without, trying to review the facts and tell you which facts you should look at, which I would not presume to do that in any case.
Can I rephrase a little bit? I guess my question, I guess the way I'm seeing this question, I may be seeing this incorrectly, is that what the Wetlands Board sounds like they have done is they have assumed future approval. Their statement is that we are allowing this fill if the MRC allows this bulkhead. And so if we make the assumption that we did allow this bulkhead, or we will in the future, was their decision to allow this fill incorrect? And so that, I guess, maybe that's a question for staff now. If this bulkhead was going to be redone, would doing this backfill be an incorrect decision or failing in the process?
Okay, Dr. Neal, I think I understand your question a little bit better. I would relate this to sort of how we review permits when there's an Army Corps permit pending. All of our permits are always conditional on, you need all the permits. So if we approve something, but then the Army Corps doesn't, well, then sorry, you're out of luck, right? So legally, that the Wetlands Board had to wait for us, and really given the time frames, I don't know that they even could have.
Okay. Allison, do me a favor if you would, as these are part of the record, explain the jurisdiction of VMRC on the pictures that you have up in front of you, if you can see them, and what's the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Board and why we have a problem, why we believe they didn't fulfill their responsibility graphically on these pictures.
Okay, so the mean low water line is landward of the existing failed bulkhead. So there is a portion of this where you see the water in this photo. There is a portion of that is proposed to be filled and would be within VMRC's jurisdiction and would require a permit from VMRC. Once you get between the mean low water line and the mean high water line for non-vegetated areas, that is within the Wetlands Board's jurisdiction, as well as any vegetated areas that are up to 1.5 times the tide range, which is why the board had asked for a survey. So there is another portion of the water closer to the sandy flat area within the photo that is proposed to be filled and would be within the Wetlands Board jurisdiction. I hope that helps to clear things up. The survey may also be another slide that we could look at that could show that as well.
But while we're looking for that, that last picture depicted likely a high water scenario, a high tide scenario. Had the water been out, we would have had the opportunity to see what was in the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Board, not just non-vegetated, but the vegetated as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And now that the survey is up, you can see the dark blue line, which is the mean low water line, and then the light blue line, which is the mean high water line. So the area in between those two lines is within the Wetlands Board's jurisdiction. And then the area channelward of the dark blue line is within VMRC's jurisdiction.
Further questions of members of the commission?
I'd like to propose a motion if I could, Commissioner Bowman.
Proceed.
Yeah, I'd like to propose upholding staff recommendation to reverse the Accomack Wetlands Board decision for filling 20 square feet of vegetated wetlands and 2397 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands.
Does that include and also deny any permit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Staff recommendation was, if I remember correctly,
Yes, you said denying the permit?
yes.
Yes, correct.
And denial does not prevent the applicant from reapplying in modified form to address their erosion control needs. Is there a second to the motion?
This is Dr. Neal. I'll second it. And so that, I'll just leave it at that. I'll second it.
Mr. France? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if now is the appropriate time for a comment, but I just noticing something in staff recommendations comments, I do think it is really important to note, and I know this came up in the discussion by the applicant or agent. I do find it of importance that the applicant could have intended to create a buildable lot by filling the jurisdictional tidal wetlands. And again, I just think that's a very important point. I don't know if that's necessarily something that needs digging into further, but I find that somewhat striking. So just wanted to mention that and call that out in staff recommendation for consideration by other commissioners.
While you're on there, I also find it compelling that after the VIMS report, VIMS recommended, the Virginia Institute of Marine Science recommended that the existing bulkhead be removed and the current shoreline configuration be stabilized by placing a stone breakwater at the center of the site with two stone spurs to the north and south that tie into the adjacent breakwater. Also commented that although the fetch is long, this type of nearshore breakwater living shoreline can be successfully designed and employed in high energy environments. That the board briefly discussed the VIMS recommendation and the problems of constructing a bulkhead at this site. So I also am strongly swayed by the VIMS comment. Motion made by Ms. Everett, second by Dr. Neal. Call the roll. Mr. France? Mr. France?
I vote yes to support the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes to reverse, deny the permit of the Wetlands Board of Accomack County. Now, let me say this, as I always have. I know we've got another case coming, but the Commonwealth of Virginia very, very much appreciates the hard work and diligent work of our Wetlands Boards. So I just need to make sure that that is on the record as well. Next item on the agenda is Robert Hetzel. Item number 20-1160, Commission Review of the Accomack County Wetlands Board's August 27, 2020 decision to approve the filling of 250 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands as part of a bulkhead replacement along Chincoteague Bay on lot 765 in the Captain's Cove subdivision. Who has that one?
This is Allison Lay again.
Ms. Lay, can we proceed? Are we ready to proceed, Shannon? Yep. Proceed, please, ma'am.
All right. So this one is very close to the previous one. As I said before, it's about 6 lots to the south in the Captain's Cove subdivision. Next slide. So again, this starts the information that was presented at the Accomack Wetland Board meeting for this application. Again, this project is located near Greenbackville on Chincoteague Bay and is in the Captain's Cove subdivision. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the project site. This is a single lot that is outlined in red and again is bordered by Chincoteague Bay on one side and then the dirt/sand road on the other side. Next slide. This is the aerial images. The one on the left is from 2013 and then on the right is from 2016. Again, in these photos, you can see that in 2013, the bulkhead appears to be fairly stable, but then in 2016, you can see that the southern portion of the bulkhead has failed and that water is now getting behind that bulkhead. Next slide. These are site photos that were taken by the Wetland Board staff showing the bulkhead. So the photo farthest to the left shows where the bulkhead is still standing. And then as the photos move towards the right, you can see where that failed portion of the bulkhead is, as well as the water that is now coming in behind it. Next slide. Here's another photo of the site. You can see some evidence of excavation in this photo. The applicant did attempt to repair the bulkhead, but once they started to do that, they discovered that it had failed too much to be repaired and would need to be replaced, which is why there's an excavated area behind here, which may have also caused more water to get in behind the bulkhead. Next slide. Again, this is another photo showing that failed portion in the water behind the bulkhead. Next slide. This is just another view facing to the north. Next slide. And then this photo was taken on a different day at a higher tide. You can see the water level is higher in this photo. Next slide. Another photo on the same day showing the other portion of the lot. Next slide. This is a photo showing the back portion of the lot towards Seaview Road. Next slide. This is the plan view drawing that was submitted with the application, and it does show the mean low water and mean high water lines being landward of the existing bulkhead. Next slide. This is a cross-section drawing that shows the area that is proposed to be filled behind the existing bulkhead. Next slide. So the board deliberations that happened on this application, it started with the agent, Mr. Raymond Britton, giving an overview of the project. He stated that he intended to repair the existing bulkhead, but discovered it had failed past the point of repair. The board then discussed their jurisdiction and determined that mean low water was landward of the existing bulkhead and only the fill would be within their jurisdiction. They determined that the 10 cubic yards of fill described in the application would not be enough to fill in the area based on their site visit. Mr. Governator stated the lot had recently been sold and that the agent And then the agent said that the construction of the bulkhead was written in the contract for sale of the property. After finishing their discussion, the board decided to approve the application with the following two conditions. Give notification to the new owners about the approval of the permit, and that the fill will be contingent on information given to county staff to verify fill. Next slide. After careful review of the application, site conditions, the local wetland board record, VMRC policy, and Virginia state law, staff concludes that the board has erred in the approval of the filling of non-vegetated wetlands as proposed. The board determined that the filling of wetlands was acceptable for the creation of upland and did not fully consider other alternatives that would not cause the filling of wetlands. The Commission's wetland guideline states that alteration of the shoreline is ordinarily not justified for purposes or activities which can be conducted on existing fastlands and which have no inherent requirement for access to water resources. Although the board stated that they believed a living shoreline is not feasible at this location during the hearing for a previous application, they did not specifically discuss the possibility of constructing a living shoreline at this site. The board also did not consider the placement of the proposed bulkhead landward of the local wetlands board's jurisdiction. Accordingly, after evaluation of the merits of the project and after consideration of all the factors contained in 28.2-1308 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends that the Commission reverse the Accomack Wetlands Board's decision and deny the project. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Questions by members of the Commission for Ms. Lay? Thank you. The first person that I have from the Accomack County Wetlands Board is Mr. Earl Frederick. Mr. Frederick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just a brief statement again that the board only permitted the fill for the area that was in their jurisdiction from mean low water back to mean high water, or 1.5 times the tidal range in that on this particular case. And I'd also like to say that in the 13 years I've been on the board, this is the second application that I remember which has the major component of the application outside of the board's jurisdiction. That's about it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any
You're
questions
welcome.
of Mr. Frederick? Thank you. Mr. Governator, do you have anything that you'd like to add to address to the Commission with us, please?
No, sir. I have nothing to add to Ms. Lay's report.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Britton, agent, calling in. You got Mr. Britton online?
Hold on just a moment. I think this phone number might be incorrect. Try and see if this is...
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Britton, please proceed.
All right, I'll give you a little history as to what's going on with this project. It goes back to March when Mr. Hetzel contacted me to make some repairs to a failing bulkhead. At that time, I went out to the property and made an estimate to what I thought we could do to repair the bulkhead where the worm boars had eaten the wood sheathing up. And Mr. Hetzel instructed me to go ahead and make the repairs. At that time, we excavated behind the bulkhead to make the repairs so that we wouldn't disturb anything outside of the bulkhead. And we discovered that some of the boards were completely destroyed by the worm boars. At that time, I called Mr. Hetzel and informed him that the bulkhead would need to be replaced, and explained to him that we would apply for a permit to replace the bulkhead in its exact location as the existing was. He said to go ahead with the permitting process. And we did make application in June for this, and it took till August to get it on the Wetlands Board because of the shutdowns, I guess. In the meantime, we've had a lot of northeast wind, hard northeast winds, and tides up in the road in that area in June and July, and it's increased the erosion considerably there. We think that we're filling about probably in the Wetlands Board's jurisdiction about 60 square foot of what would be in their jurisdiction of non-vegetated wetlands or some acreage bottom, whichever you want to call it. I was there yesterday at low tide, and we had some northeast wind in it then, and we only had about 25 square foot that the tide was actually on top of at that point. I sent some pictures today, but it may have been too late to get them into evidence, and I apologize for that. Another thing is, as you can see, the attempt was made to solve this problem before it got to this point. There's no attempt to encroach on state bottom, but just to protect the homeowner's property and stop the silting of the bay by replacing the bulkhead at its same location. The owner wants to build a home on this property. If he is pulled back when these lots are so small in Captain's Cove, there will be no home built on this property, and I doubt the owner will do anything to stop the future erosion. They'll give the lot back to the cove, and it's a shame to lose the lot, and it's a shame that the erosion will continue into the bay. And that's the situation that we're in. And one more thing is that the owner really did not want to encroach on anything that belongs to the state, or just repair his property and stop the worm borers from eating the rest of the bulkhead up. There's only about a third of the bulkhead that has failed, and it didn't fail because of storm surges. It failed because the worm borers are so bad in this area that they actually ate the boards and the whalers up. The piling are still intact and in good shape, and all we're attempting to do is replace the bulkhead. If there are wetlands fees to be paid for encroachment, the owner is more than glad to pay the fees for encroachment if that's possible. And I thank you for your consideration in this matter. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Mr. Britton by members of the commission? Mr. Britton, I've got one. You had indicated that there was no excavation that was going to be done. In your testimony just a little while ago to us, it appears that excavation had been done of some type around the bulkhead when these pictures were taken. And in your application under item 10, which says describe the measures that will be taken to avoid and minimize impact to the maximum extent practicable to wetlands, surface water, submerged lands, and buffer areas, you wrote in there on your application, work done from upland, no excavation. Can you kind of help me out with the difference between what you said and what you applied for in the application?
Well, what I was intended for it to say was to do the bulkhead itself. We wouldn't do any excavating on state bottom. We would do the excavating behind the bulkhead so there wouldn't be any erosion going out into the bay when we pull the old bulkhead out. If you don't dig behind these bulkheads, when you pull them out in situations like this, you're going to have erosion going into the bay of your backfill behind the existing bulkhead. And what I had done, the excavation was done to make a repair before it got to this point. We never intended for it to be at this point when we made the excavation, and we didn't put the excavated fill stuff back. I left it so that anybody that came out could look at it and see why the bulkhead was failing. It wasn't failing because of storm surge. It was failing because of worm borers, which are real bad in this area. And like 90% of the bulkheads in Captain's Cove aren't being replaced right now, and I'm doing most of them. And it's due to the worm borers, not storm damage. I guess that's it.
Okay. Any further questions by members of the commission? Matters before the commission for discussion and action. The matters before the commission for discussion and action, or the chair will entertain a motion.
Chad Ballard, I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Is there a second to the motion?
It's Doc Neal, I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Mr. France?
Aye.
Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Mr. Neal, or Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor? Mr. Minor? Mr. Minor? Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Mr. Minor? Recall.
He's unmuted.
Motion passes to accept staff recommendation. Thank you very much for your time, patience, and your effort in these matters. Next item on the agenda is Gibb Howell, item number 20-0864. Who's handling this?
Commissioner Bowman, it's Randy Owen. I'll be handling it.
All right, Mr. Owen, proceed, please.
I'm just waiting for the slideshow.
We will be breaking for lunch at 12:30 or closely thereupon. This is a heads up.
I believe we're ready to proceed, sir. Mr. Gibb Howell is requesting authorization to construct a second open-sided boathouse measuring 17 foot wide by 41 foot long. His property situated along the Mattaponi River in King William County. The project is protested by both adjacent property owners. Next slide, please. Project is located on the Mattaponi River, approximately 15 miles northwest of the town of West Point, just below Walkerton. Next slide. The Howells property is situated on the inside bend of the Mattaponi River in the Scotland Landing area of the river. Next slide. The river is approximately 650 feet wide at the applicant's property. Because of the project location in the inside bend of the river, the depths at the applicant's shoreline very quickly drop off to that exceeding minus 15 feet at mean low water and continue dropping to about minus 22 feet. There's a definitive shoal on the opposite side of the river that, per the protestants, is accreting. There is approximately 410 feet of deep water between the proposed second boathouse and the shoal on the opposite side of the river. Next slide, please. These are the project drawings. The second boathouse, the roof, which is not built yet, of course, is highlighted in the red dashed line. In addition to the second boathouse, the Howells requested authorization and have recently constructed 2 new 4-foot wide timber catwalks and a deck addition to their existing pier to facilitate access to both boathouses. I did go out to the property back in June to measure the decking before it was installed at the contractor's request. He asked me to come out and verify that the proposed decking would in fact meet the statutory authorization that is provided for private pier construction. I was able to confirm that on site. Next slide. Project is protested by the up and down river adjacent property owners, Mr. Mark Remick and Mr. Tucker Grigg. The upstream neighbor, Mr. and Mrs. Remick, have expressed their concerns that the new boathouse will adversely impact navigation and are of the opinion that the shoal on the opposite side of the river constricts safe boating between the proposed second boathouse and the shoal. The downstream neighbor, Mr. Tucker Grigg, concerns that include his position that the second boathouse will impede safe navigation. Next slide. To address their concerns, I went out in the river with the contractor on June the 24th to verify the approximate mean water soundings. I also had the contractor revise the project drawings to include those soundings. The green pile, which is highlighted on the left side of the slide, represents the most offshore timber pile for the catwalk that would frame the new boathouse. There's approximately 410 foot of water, deep water, ranging from -9 feet to -22 feet between that piling and the shoal on the opposite side of the river. Next slide. This is depicted in this aerial photograph that I took on August the 3rd from our plane. As you can see from the red dashed line, Mr. Howell's pier, an existing boathouse, or that structure the Howell pier in this photograph was constructed under the statute to include the catwalk that is on the outside edge of the proposed boathouse. You can see that that structure is inshore of a line struck between the piers up and downstream of this section of the river. So I do not see how, in staff's opinion, that this is a navigation hazard. Next slide. Also took this photograph from beneath the existing boathouse of the house. You can see the distance from the existing boathouse to the offshore catwalk piling to be about 8 feet. It ranges somewhere between 6 and 8 feet. The protestants did raise concern that the second boathouse would encroach beyond the line of the existing boathouse, and you can see it does by somewhere between 6 and 8 feet. Also look to the right of the slide, you can see the inshore catwalk that is framed, the wet slip in the middle, and you'll see the near shore. This shoreline drops off very quickly. In the first step, you're up to your shins. The second step up to your waist, and by the third step, you're pretty much swimming. Next slide. Protestants have also suggested that the Howell should tear down their existing boathouse and construct a larger boathouse in its footprint. They argued that since the Howells did not own the vessel currently stored in the existing smaller boathouse, there was no need for a second boathouse. Next slide. Mr. and Ms. Howell have since purchased that vessel and provided the bill of sale. I did ask Mr. and Ms. Howell about their analysis of perhaps building the second boathouse and the footprint of the existing. They had done that analysis with the contractor. It was going to be more expensive. They did want a smaller boat. They ended up purchasing the one you see in the photograph, but they added that to build the new boathouse, the larger boathouse in the footprint of the existing, it was going to have to be larger to accommodate the larger boat, and that was going to push the entrance to the boathouse closer to the repairing line they share with the upstream neighbor, Mr. Remick. Slide. And here's the slide depicting the new 35-foot-long pursuit that they did purchase and will be housed in the second larger boathouse if approved. Next slide. Summary, they have carefully evaluated the protestants' concerns regarding the need for the second boathouse and their assertion that it would impede navigation. In response to the need, which VMRC staff raised as well, the Howells now own both vessels stored on the property. The mean low water soundings and aerial overflight demonstrate that the proposed second boathouse is situated inshore of a line struck between longer piers located just up and downstream of the applicant's pier, and therefore poses no threat to navigation. There's approximately 410 feet of deep water that serves as the navigable thoroughfare between the proposed second boathouse and the opposing shoreline. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have advised that their project was submitted under their non-reporting regional permit 17. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by those in opposition to the project, And after considering all the factors contained in section 28.2, 1205 of the Code, Virginia staff recommends approval of the second boathouse as proposed. That concludes my briefing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Any members of the commission have a question for Mr. Owen on this matter? Excuse me. All right. Applicant, present, or representative, Mr. Gibb Howell. Mr. Gibb Howell.
Hold on just a moment, see if he was on here, and I cannot see him anymore. Oh, he's back.
Mr. Howell?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, hello, I'm on.
Would you like to address the commission?
Sir, Mr. Owen's done an excellent job of describing our request and the associated details of the project. And in interest of time, I'd like to defer any time you might afford me to the closing of the matter to address any questions the commission might have at that time.
Okay, you'll be given 3 minutes to rebut and then answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
Mr.
you.
Foulis or Foulis, I'm sorry, I don't know which, but if you're on, could you wish to address the commission, please let us know.
He is not on. I'm going to unmute his phone.
This is Randy. He indicated that there was an issue with the family matter, and he may not be available today.
Okay. All right. Well, we've tried and we've unmuted all the phones. Once again, Mr. Joe Foulis or Joe Foulis? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in support of this project that wishes to be heard? We'll unmute the phones. Hearing none, Mr. Mark Remick, protestant, if you're on, would you please proceed?
Yes, and thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with the commission. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to read the correspondence that I've provided in addition to Mr. Owen's comments on those correspondence. My understanding when Mr. Owens was out to our property was that it was a one boathouse per property standard, and that anything beyond that would be a variance, and thus, submitted to this type of permitting process. The addition of the $500 boat, if you look at the time frame for that and the purchase price, I mean, in all fairness, that's a ruse to be able to have a second boathouse. That's just my evaluation. This is a situation where no boats were owned up until a few months ago when we mentioned the concern about the previous owner, the boat being parked there, the boat suddenly was sold. And then the other thing really is the whole permitting process. 90% of this boathouse is complete. My understanding and my experience with permits in the past is that permit needs to be approved prior to construction. Again, Mr. Owen explained some of the opportunities there, but really we have a situation where, in my view, that the whole disregard to the process, or if that's not the process, what really is the purpose of the permitting process, the construction can take place prior to the permit. So those are my concerns. I appreciate Mr. Owens' evaluation of the navigation, and that was very helpful. I think our real concern has to do with the one boathouse, one boat, and the vast majority of the property in this part of Mattaponi has one boathouse. So I really am concerned about the process of not retrofitting. If there was a cost to it, that comes with the property. But retrofitting the one boathouse for one boat is really what our concerns are at this point. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I would like to address your comment pertaining to the permitting process. I'd like for you to know that the Marine Resources Commission has gone before the General Assembly before and asked that before any type of structure be put in the subaqueous bottomlands of the Commonwealth of Virginia, specifically a pier that does not require a permit by statute, we ask that a permit be required. And at the desire of democracy in the General Assembly, that measure failed. So believe me, at times I'd like to know who's putting what in where, but as long as it's uncovered under statute, under the no permit necessary provision, we're stuck with what we're dealt. So I understand certainly where you're coming from, having lived through it, but I just want to let you know that it's not something we sit idly by and let occur. So I appreciate your point there, sir. I really do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. Mr. Tucker Gregg, protestant?
He is not on. I'm going to unmute the phone.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Could you proceed, please, to address
Yes,
the commission?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't have a computer working right now, so I'm just on a speakerphone, okay?
We got you.
Okay. I just wanted to know that Randy and the commission has read the entirety of my letters, the two of them, and the September 28th email that I sent. And I am no commission expert and do not know if my other concerns are in the scope of this meeting, but I think they're important as well. And I'll let Randy address that, or anybody else who's read these letters and or email, please.
Well, I would rather, I have read them. I read a lot. I have to read a lot of emails because the record is pretty thick at times. So if you would rather go ahead and paraphrase which ones you think are important to the commission, I think the commission would like to hear it from your own words out of your own mouth.
Well, fine.
So that I can't, sir, I can't debate a letter. I can debate a person. So that's why we like to hear it from the person.
Okay, well, I'll be very specific. I don't know how these procedures work. This is my first one. Number one would be, do y'all consider the safety for non-motorized vessels, such as kayaks and canoes, as well as swimmers? Number two and number three are together. Do you consider the destruction of scenic and property value?
Well, I can answer number one right off the bat because we do, because I have a kayak launch that is located about a quarter of a mile downstream from my property, where there's a no wake sign there, where the Marine Police regularly enforce it, and I do know that we do that. Now, as far as scenic is concerned, under Section 28.2.1205 of the Code of Virginia, Section 4, we take in consideration the impact on adjacent or nearby properties. That is in the Code of Virginia. So yes, sir, we do take in consideration that.
Okay, so there's no value in that statement of mine?
Sir, there is no value stated in the Code of Virginia. That is up to the subjective determination of the commissioners appointed by the governor.
Okay, could you put that in layman's terms for me, please?
I think that was about as layman as I can get. Bottom line is we do take in consideration adjacent properties, impacts on adjacent properties. You ask, is there a value assigned to it? My answer was, there is no specific statutory or tangible value.
No. I think you misunderstood me, or I didn't speak right. Was value in consideration when my letters were read? Period. Not a number.
No, absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That you answered my question. Thank you.
Yep. Any further?
Yeah. Could you address? I mean, does the commission in general, and I don't know if this is in the scope of that particular code, if this is in the scope of this meeting, but I mean, what I'm looking at next door now is pretty much a man-made manipulation of a property, and I'm not really sure how and why all this happened, and I'm not sure that the commission or the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act would really like what they saw. I just don't know. As I told you, this is new to me.
Okay.
So do you have any comments on that, please?
I do. We operate under what's known as the public trust doctrine. It's common law, and under the public trust doctrine, a person that owns riparian or waterfront property has a right to what's known as to wharf out. That means to get out to the point where they have access to the navigable waters in front of their residences. So that allows, as you called it, what might be a manipulation. This is a guaranteed, with certain conditions, right under the public trust doctrine to wharf out and have access to the waterways.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually my last comment. I think that I know where this is going. I don't know why this is the first letter that I've received from the commission. And I'm not sure why I didn't receive. This is a long time ago, 2012. I don't know why I didn't receive a letter then, because I would have responded. Can you answer me that, or is that just beyond the scope of this meeting here?
No, I'd like to ask Mr. Owen to answer that. I'm not certain.
Okay.
I know it deals with adjoining property owners and certain rules and regulations. Mr. Owen, would you like to answer that question for the gentleman?
Yes, sir. Back in 2012, we did receive an application for the pier and boathouse, and letters were mailed out to the adjacent property owners. I do note that the letter we sent to Mr. Grigg, this application was returned undeliverable, and so I began just emailing him directly.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Grigg?
Did I answer those emails?
Absolutely. I got your email 2 nights ago at a little after 6 p.m.
2 nights ago. I'm talking about 2012.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. All right. It is a long time ago. Well, thanks, Randy.
Any further questions, Mr. Grigg?
No, not at this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in opposition to this project? Open the phones, please, ma'am. I'm sorry, could you state your name? Okay. All right. No further protests. Mr. Gibb, you've reserved your time. You have 3 minutes to rebut, and if there are any questions. Mr. Howell.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll just simply summarize that we have followed the process as established. We engaged the VMRC staff very early on in the project, and Mr. Fallis confirmed that what we were proposing from a pier access for the proposed boathouse was within the permissible limits established by the statute. And it is through the very permitting process that we find ourselves here today. Mm-hmm. We have gone through the navigation concerns, and I believe that that has been satisfactorily addressed. And I would just request your approval of our requested permit to cover the second wet slip that we have to protect the investment that we've made in another boat.
Thank you, sir. Do any members of the commission have a question of Mr. Howell? Thank you. The matter is before the commission for discussion and action.
Chad Ballard, I move that we approve staff recommendation.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move it, Tankard.
Okay.
Second by Mr. Tankard. Mr. France?
Aye.
Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Mr. Zedrin's absent. Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
No.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is William McDowell, number 20-015. 0015. Who's handling that? Item 10 on the agenda, William McDowell. Mr. Watkinson, who got on that?
That will be Randy. I think he's getting himself organized.
My computer muted itself. My apologies, sir.
That's all right, sir. No problem. Proceed, please.
All right, so Commissioner Bowman, members of the commission, again, I guess this afternoon now, William McDowell is requesting authorization to construct a 560 square foot open-sided boathouse and a 140 square foot pier shelter. This property situated along the Rappahannock River in Essex County. The project is protested by an adjacent property owner. Next slide, please. Project is located on the Rappahannock River, approximately 8 miles downstream of the Route 360 bridge in Tappahannock. Next slide. The river at this location is over 2 miles wide. Next slide. Similar to the last case you heard, the Howells also recently constructed the pier portion of the project pursuant to the statutory authority provided for private piers. The red dotted line marks the approximate boundary of the applicant's property. Given the location of the downstream neighbor's pier, the Howells situated their pier as close to their upstream neighbor as possible. Their downstream neighbor, Mr. Charles Crossman, however, is now objecting to the size of the proposed roof. Next slide. The Howells are asking for a total roof footprint of 700 square feet, of which 560 will cover the boat slip and rear catwalk, and 140 square feet will shelter the main axis of the pier. Next slide. This is a plan view drawing that illustrates the existing pier in brown. Next slide. In yellow, you can see the roof footprint that will cover the wet slip and the rear catwalk for a total of 560 square feet. Next slide. The roof will continue to the right or downstream an additional 5 feet to cover all but 1 foot of the main axis of the pier. And that we're calling a open pile shelter, 140 square feet, for a total square foot of 700. The Howells have advised that they were hoping for a small area shade for their pier. That is why the area in green was extended across the pier. As the commission knows, the code statutorily authorizes up to 400 square foot of pier shelter in addition to a 700 square foot boathouse, provided you have the consent of both neighbors. Next slide. Also, when a shot of this one from the plane, since the pier was built, the red dotted lines again approximate the applicant's up and downstream property lines. The proposed roof has been aligned as far as possible upstream away from the protestant. I need to add that if you look, there's a piling set just offshore the new pier. I can't point to it because the PowerPoint's being controlled by someone else. But there you go. Thank you. Well, coming back. There we go. So that piling right there, we did require a permit for a clothesline mooring. They're not actually authorized, and we did advertise it. We notified the downstream and upstream neighbors. No one objected. So we did issue the permit already for the clothesline mooring. We did authorize the pier. We did send the letter advising that the pier was authorized by statute. And then, of course, we began negotiating with both property owners on the roof. Mr. Crossman, again, did not object to the proposed clothesline mooring. You see he has two as well. He did raise his concerns that the original pier design that he reviewed when we sent in the drawings back in January, they did move the pier 15 feet further downstream from the original location. And they did add a catwalk on the upstream side of the pier, and those were of concern to him. Slide. In summary, In 1998, the General Assembly amended Section 28.2 1203A5 of the Code to provide statutory authorization for the construction of open-sided boathouses measuring 700 square feet or less and designed to cover a single boat at a private non-commercial pier, provided the boathouse was not objected to by the adjacent property owner and was allowed by local ordinances. The code was later amended to provide statutory authority for open-sided shelter roofs up to 400 square feet, again provided the roof structures are not objected to by the neighbors. Next slide. Since Essex County does not restrict the construction of boathouses and pier shelters, had the adjacent property not objected to the project, the proposed project would have qualified for the statutory exemption. Staff believes the proposed structure is appropriately sized for either of the applicant's existing vessels. Further, that the pier's location was moved 15 feet downstream to provide an adequate setback from the upstream neighbor that appears to be well within the apparent area, or it's in front of the applicant's home. Lastly, the proposed shelter is significantly smaller than that allowed by statute. Next slide. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns expressed by those in opposition to the project, and after considering all the factors contained in Section 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the proposed roof and shelter. Commissioner, do know that the applicant did provide a PowerPoint presentation. I believe Mike, who's running the slideshows for us, should have access to that.
Okay, as long as the slides relate directly to this project, it's fine. I don't mean it in the wrong way, but I don't need a tour of the Rappahannock River. We've had some that have come here with PowerPoints that are 50 and 60 slides long and 10 related to the pier issue before us. So, Mr. McDowell, you applicant, do you wish to be heard?
He is unmuted.
Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell?
He's able to speak.
Mr. McDowell?
I can work with him, but he's unmuted.
Mr. William McDowell, you're up. Do we have a phone number?
Nope, I will send him a message.
How many slides do you have on there? So,
I don't have it.
I believe it's about a dozen, sir, maybe plus or minus.
okay. Mr. McDowell?
He's trying to speak. I'm gonna have to try to help him switch him to phone. It's gonna take a minute. Just ask everyone to stop for a second, see if I'll help him.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Okay. You're up, sir. We've been trying to get you, but you're up. We have your slide presentation up.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, I've been shouting for the last 5 minutes. We've been trying to get through. We've been typing to you and everything. So there's some kind of telecommunication malfunction. But anyhow, I've been here, sitting here. I agree with the staff presentation, and I prefer to offer some additional brief comment, talking points after Mr. Crossman's statement.
Okay, you're yielding? No, sir. That's not the way it works. If you want to, and we have what we do. This is like the court of law. We hear the applicant first, and then we hear those in opposition, and then you get a chance to rebut. Your rebuttal time is 3 minutes. So if you want to yield right now to the protestant, Mr. Crossman, you'll be afforded 3 minutes to rebut. Otherwise, you have to provide your presentation at this time.
I'll provide it right now.
Proceed, please.
I deeply appreciate the clarity, the patience, and the guidance that the VMRC staff have provided throughout this dock construction process. I only want to do this project once, and the VMRC staff have been crystal clear regarding what the regulations allow and prohibit. In addition, I was most fortunate to benefit from the insight of Mr. Bud Allen, who has enjoyed a long and productive career in matters of this nature. Bud drew up the plans and compiled all the required documentation for my project. I could have never made it this far without the valuable assistance of these experts. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide.
Patience, please, sir.
Here. Me too. Okay. Great.
Proceed now, please.
Okay, a major factor behind wanting to construct my dock were concerns expressed by Mr. Crossman regarding his potential liability if injuries were to occur on his dock due to its extremely deteriorated condition, as indicated by these photos of some of his dock pilings. For example, when an adjoining neighbor family took their Christmas card picture on his dock a while back, Mr. Crossman expressed concerns to me that the dock could fail under all that concentrated weight. Based on that and his other similar comments, I decided it would be best to build my own dock. When I informed Mr. Crossman of those plans, he and his wife enthusiastically endorsed my decision and said they were relieved that their liability concern would be diminished. Next slide, please. In preparation for this project, my wife and I canvassed the area to see what other docks had been constructed. We wanted to ensure that our dock would meet all regulatory requirements as well as be consistent with others in the area. We found that within a mile of our property, there are 36 docks that are between 75 and 250 feet long, and 14 of those have roofs. This photograph of Cottage Row and Muddy Gut communities that are adjacent to our property is typical of what we observed. You can also see that many docks have roofs. Next slide, please. I kept both neighbors fully informed of my plans even before they received formal written notification from VMRC in early January 2020. They also received diagrams and narrative of the proposed project, but offered no objections during the 30-day comment period. Next slide, please. The information VMRC provided clearly stated that our project included a 150-foot pier, a 400-square-foot platform, and a 700-square-foot roof, which all met the regulatory requirements of 3 Virginia agencies reviewing the project. Next slide, please. It was not until August the 3rd, roughly 8 weeks after construction began, and over 175 days after the comment was complete on February 6th, that Mr. Crossman filed a protest against my dock. Next slide, please. By this time, the dock was essentially complete, as evidenced by this photo taken on July the 2nd. Next slide, please. As with any construction project, some running changes were made. For example, the dock was moved 10 feet closer to the Crossman property line than initially illustrated on the plans. I did this in part at the request of the neighbors on my left. Next slide, please. As you can see on this picture from June 13, construction had commenced in early June. Next slide, please. In addition, as evidenced by this photograph taken on June 22nd, 2020, Mr. Crossman and his wife enjoyed watching the dock being built, observed that it had been moved over 10 feet, and they never objected. Next slide, please. I also took steps to ensure the move was well within property boundaries. My dock is now about 65 feet from the Crossman property line. In sharp contrast, Mr. Crossman's dock is only 30 inches, you heard that right, 30 inches from my property line, and the T on the end of his dock actually crosses over my property line. Next slide, please. Here's an overlay with our property survey. Next slide. Here's an overlay with our dock plans. Next slide. And here's an overlay with both the property survey and the dock plans. Please note that the T end on Mr. Crossman's dock in relation to the continuation of our property line. Next slide, please. I understand that Mr. Crossman believes my new dock may impede his ability to navigate the Rappahannock River. The river is about 2 miles wide in front of our property, and as evidenced by these photographs looking upriver and downriver, my dock does not pose any navigational impediment. And in fact, Mr. Crossman has a vast amount of water in which to navigate. Next slide, please. This is looking north, rather upriver. Next slide is looking south or downriver. Next slide. In addition, our contractor said it was necessary to add 2 poles to provide better support for the boat lift. I wanted a lift that could accommodate a larger boat if I ever wanted to go that direction in the future, and if my wife approves. To ensure we did not exceed the allowable square footage, we reduced the size of the lower platform. Also, a 5-foot wide catwalk at the upriver side of the dock was not clearly shown in the original plans, even though initial drawings had it. Both our dock designer and builder told us that having the catwalk is a common practice and it fell within our rights. We submitted new plans that more clearly showed the catwalk and the 10-foot move, and they were approved. During this revised submission, staff from the Corps of Engineers noted this is a very common practice. Next slide, please. What has always been in the drawing and has never been altered is a 700 square foot roof, which is allowed under Virginia regulatory guidance. Having a roof is very important to my health because I've had several bouts of skin cancer and I need to be able to be in the shade as much as possible. Mr. Crossman is aware of this, but still objects to the allowed 700 square foot roof, and therefore only wants the roof to cover the boat lift. Next slide, please. Finally, the poles for the roof structure have already been purchased and installed by July 2020. Since these poles are in place, I believe the roof is already under construction. Next slide, please. Throughout this process, I've taken every effort to ensure our dock is consistent with other docks in the area and is well within all Virginia regulatory requirements. These efforts were validated by the photographs taken from your plane. I understand that nothing was observed during the flight that indicates my dock violates any Virginia regulatory requirements. Therefore, I believe I how to move forward and complete my previously approved dock construction. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. McDowell by members of the commission? Hearing none, is there anyone else in support of this project? Is anyone in opposition to this project? I have Mr. Crossman listed as a protestant. Mr. Crossman, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm on the phone and I'm on
Yes,
the computer too. Can you hear me all right?
yes, sir. A little bit of background, but we can hear you.
All right, let me try to turn the computer down. I'll just try to talk on the phone. How's that?
That'd be fine, sir.
All right. First
No,
off,
sir, that's worse. Yes, sir, that's worse.
okay, let me turn the phone down and go back on the computer then.
Disconnect, sir, you can disconnect from your phone. That will really take care of it.
Tell them just to wait a minute now.
All right.
I'm trying to click on the chat button now.
You're perfect. You're good. You're good.
Can
Go.
you hear me now?
Yes, sir, perfect.
All right, I'm gonna turn the phone off. Okay, first off, the thing came up about the size of the boat lift. I've got a bunch of stuff I want to tell you, but it talks about 560, and really the drawing shows 420. So let me get started. And I'd say good afternoon to all those listening to me for my objections to the proposed roof structure. You know who I am. I'm a adjoining property owner for my wife downriver from McDowell Pier. I built my home in 81. I built my pier in 82 with the help at the time of the Apex, which are the neighbors to the upside of Bill, and the people, the Norman family, who were the original builders of McDowell's house. And when he bought the property in 2004, he started using the pier with my family and friends just as much as if he was, and continued until his pier was installed enough to use around July the 4th. My objection is I do not believe a 700 square foot roof is legal or necessary. From the last drawing I have seen dated 7/20/2020, which is a third revision to Mr. Allen, it shows his boat lift at 14 feet by 30 feet. My calculation is 420 square feet, if the drawing is accurate. The drawing is still not accurate because his piling's left off. Since then, he's put steps on the beach, and a piling on the platform area is not there. And when apparently somebody came out and made him reduce the lower platform area, and there's a piling still left there. I didn't know I was going to comment on this. It's not in what I'm figuring on saying, but as far as the Apex taking a picture on the pier, I think that even though my pilings are deteriorated, that is a good indication of how strong my pier is. The pier, we all went in on the pier when I built it, and all chipped in on it. Virginia Code 28.2, 12.
Sir, that's getting into a civil dispute or civil matter. Well, in all due respect, I don't mean it in the wrong way, but we need to hear about your objection to the roof and not the integrity of your pier and things like that, and who enjoyed what. Let me finish. I think we can get the understanding where you're coming from, but please state your objection as it relates to the project at hand. Thank you.
Okay, I was finished now. Virginia Code 28.2-1203A5, and I'm quoting, says, subject to any local ordinance, such piers may include an attached boat lift and an open-sided roof designed to shelter a single boat slip or boat lift. That's the end of that sentence. The next sentence talks about 700 square feet, which I submit is not applicable since the boat lift area, by my calculation, or by the drawing, is only 720 feet. This is where I agree. I'm not asking McDowell not to have a roof on his boat lift. When I received the January 22nd letter from VMRC, it included a drawing dated 12/31/19, which was inaccurate, that a 5 foot by 35 catwalk was not included, and the platform area and step down was built different. Platform and pier are now 10 foot closer to me, as been told, and the drawing here again shows a lot frontage of 105 feet, not 100 feet. It's minor, but it's something I think. And Bill McDowell sent in a second drawing himself, adding to the catwalk. And a third drawing dated 7/20/20 by Mr. Allen is what I am told by Mr. Owen is the latest up-to-date drawing. Although in notice of the hearing, it shows 560 square feet and 140 square feet requested, which is still 700 square feet. Apparently, someone measured the platform area and the step-down platform together and found it was too large in aggregate, and the step-down platform were reduced, although a piling was still left in place. The original application he did, he made a point of that, but he failed to put on the size of the boat, the registration of the boat, anything else about it. So that was a little bit of time. You have a case that was tried before the Court of Appeals with Mr. Evelyn, where he was trying to do a roof deck stairs. And I'd like to read some of the part of that code to you. I'd like to read some of the things from the what I found on the internet that talks about what was in that Court of Appeals thing. And it talks about what I'd said.
Can you cite the case, please?
Yes, sir. It's 621 Southeast 2nd, 130, 132.
Okay. And what's the date?
2005.
All right, thank you.
12/10/25/05.
All right, thank you.
Can you say that site again? It doesn't sound like a citation format I recognize.
All right, on the thing it said record number 2945-04-2, and then it says 10/25/05. Then it said 46 Virginia, I guess it's APP, PO 618-621. And then this other thing said 621 Southeast 2nd, 130, 132.
The VAAPP is the proper citation format for that. I got it now, thanks.
Okay, as you can tell, I'm not a lawyer. Anyhow, it says the right to erect a pier is used in that code 62.1164 and may construct it in harmony with provisions of 28.2-1203A5. And it says that code requires a person wishing to build a non-commercial pier, a private pier traversing Commonwealth bottomlands located between the low water mark and the line of navigability of a river must either, one, obtain a permit from VMRC and then establish the transfers in the Commonwealth's property is necessary for the placement of a pier that complies with the provisions contained in the code. Code 28.2-1203A5 provides that such piers may include an attached boat lift and an open-sided open-sided roof designed to shelter a single boat slip or boat lift. In what I copied off, it says emphasis added. I'm not sure exactly what it means. It also provides that in cases in which such roofs exceed 700 square feet in coverage, or in cases in which adjoining property owners objects to a proposed roof structure, permit shall be required as provided in 28.2-1204. The General Assembly, by specifying the size and nature of a particular structure that may be included on a pier, has demonstrated its intention that a riparian pier authorized by Code 28.2-1203A5 may not include apparent structures not specifically authorized therein. Although the statute authorizes the erection of a roof of limited size over a single boat slip or lift, it makes no mention of a roof over a pier itself. It says it would be inconsistent to require a riparian owner to obtain a permit to construct a roof exceeding 700 square feet over a boat lift or boat slip while simultaneously permitting, subject to no height or height other side restrictions, whatever the construction of a roof or deck structure over the pier itself. The next part of it says, further, although the erection of a roof or second floor of a pier may enhance a riparian owner's enjoyment of its pier, such a structure is not necessary to the placement of a pier as authorized by Code 28.2-1203A5. Then it says CF78 OP MD, which I'm assuming is something from Maryland Attorney General, and it says 26/1993 WL 343619, and a comma on a wristlet 1, and it says August 6, 1993. Holding a pier covering is non-water dependent. Whenever it has a purpose, it could be served if it's and that the fact that the structure would afford greater enjoyment to the owner were it located on a pier does not take the structure out of a class of non-water dependent structures. Such an interpretation is consistent with the rights of riparian owners at common law to construct a pier for the purpose of accessing the navigable portion of an adjacent river. It also states something about some other code sections. I'm not going to read that unless you want me to. It says, once the right of access is gratified, this particular private right of a riparian owner goes no further. And then it says ID, which I'm not sure what it means, holding that the right of a riparian owner does not encompass a right of free navigation, and that the right to navigate on navigable waters is a public right, not one that attaches only to the owner of riparian property. I'm not reading the whole thing. It's more to it, a lot more to it.
Well, can you please restate your objection? You've talked about a lot of different things, and it's kind of muddied the argument as to where I think you're going. I'd like to, if we can kind of compartmentalize this and tell me what you're objecting to, and specifically why. I'm not sure at this juncture, you haven't told us what you're really upset with and why you are, and I'd like for you to do it pretty rapidly because we've been going on now for a long time on this matter. So please tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's wrong and why you think it's wrong.
Okay, I feel like y'all in the past have let all the boathouses pass, so you'll let this one pass. I feel like you ought to put the roof over the boathouse and not anymore because of the unsightly view of it. And with the code sections, what I'm trying to get through. So I don't have a problem with 420 square feet if that's which it should be, according to his drawing, putting a roof over it. He also showed a picture of me sitting on his up under the trees. He's got plenty of shade up underneath it, and I don't think he needs to obstruct the view, putting the roof, extra roof over top of a pier and over the catwalk and out on the pier. So that's part of it. And the next thing I was going to get into is non-water dependent, and I've got a case of Palmer versus Commissioner of Resources, and I'd like to read that to you.
I'm very familiar with Palmer versus Marine Resources. What's the year of that one at the very end?
2006.
Yeah, I think I shared that one. Go ahead.
And it says, when applying the definition about water dependent, it says both of the following questions must be answered affirmatively. Is it necessary that the structure be located over the water? I say the roof is okay, the extra roof is not. And is it necessary that the activity associated with the structure be over the water? And he says he wants to have shade. I've got skin cancer too. Bill has used my pier as I was going on. And we have both got out the sun and gone up and sit underneath his trees. So all I'm trying to do is say, hey, let him have the roof like he let the small portion of the roof over the boat lift, but not extra roof, just to have a shade. I suggested, I had a meeting with his son and his daughter after I filed a protest, and I suggested putting up an umbrella or putting up one of these awnings like you see on the side of a recreational vehicle. And they don't want to compromise, and so that's where it's at. So,
well, my question would be, if they did that, wouldn't that still obstruct your view in the same manner that you're asserting that the roof overhang would do now?
No, sir. I think you take the umbrella down. I take my umbrella down every weekend when I use it, and I put it back up. As you know, on an RV, they roll it out when they park the RV, and then they roll it back up when they drive it down the road. So I wouldn't have a problem with that. It's mainly the idea. Such a thing is so big, and the thing is taking up 45 square feet out in the river of a lot that's only 100 foot wide. And
you know, let me just tell you, as far as a lot that's 100 foot wide, I can really sympathize with this because I grew up in a little town called Claremont, Virginia on the James River. And when I look at some of these developments like y'all live in right now, it reminds me of when I was a kid growing up. And what also reminded me was everybody that was there would have piers, and they put them up there, and all of a sudden the boathouse would go up, or somebody would buy a boat and get a boat and want to put a boathouse up. And everybody that was at the dinner table on Sunday was at the fighting table on Friday because there was a possibility that the boathouse was going to then obstruct their view or something was different. So I have lived this. I have been there. I have bought this ticket. So I know where you're coming from. I understand it. I think it's a, you know, not to get too into it, but it's really unfortunate when you have neighbors that obviously I wouldn't think that y'all would be sitting in chairs with your wives like that, getting along the way that you do. And now a 5-foot wide overhang off of a pier has caused us to concern. But by virtue of the law, you're much allowed to do that. But I think based on my observations, that's kind of sort of what we have here. Would you like to wrap up, sir?
Yes, sir. I feel like the larger this thing obstructs your view out on the river, aesthetically and everything else, someday I'm going to sell. I'm 77 years old. Someday, either my children are going to hurt, or most likely we'll sell the property. And I talked to Randy Owen about this, and I think he'd agree with me that this would devalue my property. I certainly think it would devalue, because also in Lancaster, they do not allow any boathouses, and the Board of Supervisors has said they have a pristine shoreline and they have 330 miles. So the less you can make this obstruction out in the river, the better off we'll all be. Maybe other people have got piers and bigger stuff in their area. Just like that last hearing you had, nothing to stop Mr. McDowell going and he's got a boat and his son-in-law's got a boat to come back and say they want to put a boathouse on the other end of the pier. And then if I come along and say something about that, if I don't object to this, then you can say, well, why didn't you say something when it was done the first time? So I think he's got enough room. If he wants to, he's got plenty of money. He can come in and build another boathouse. Go on from there.
Sir, that's out of line. You wouldn't want him talking about your finances. We need to wrap this up. You've got 1 minute to finish up.
Well, I would ask you to follow the law, what it says about, and not get into over the 700 square feet. What it just says, you can have a roof over a single, and the General Assembly said you could have a roof over a single boat lift. And, right. And that's where I'm at on it. And maybe you might think it's nitpicking, but I feel like the less roof out there, the better off we will be as far as a view. I also sent a picture in, I don't know if you've seen it or not, looking off of my pier over across to his pier right now. And but the aesthetics of it is unappealing and visual objection. And also I know Ms. Appick is probably not saying anything, but
yeah. All right. All right. Thank you for your argument. Very good presentation. At this point, we'll hear from Mr. McDowell. You've got 2 minutes to wrap up.
I think the board wrapped up. I agree with the VMRC staff, and I thank you for this opportunity to plead my case.
Thank you, sir. Matters, any questions from members of the commission, from either individual? Hearing none, the matters before the commission for discussion and action.
This is James Minor. I move to approve staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Minor to approve staff recommendations. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Everett.
I actually was going to ask a question. Sorry, I didn't mean
I'm
to.
sorry. Wait a minute. I've got a motion. Let me see if I can get a second, then we'll have further discussion. Unless you want to. Is there a second to the motion?
Chad Ballard, second.
Ms. Everett.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully this is the right time to ask it, but just wanted to highlight kind of a question in my mind that has come up is the water dependency of that extended roof line. So again, not sure if the kind of horses left the barn, but that was a question in my mind with regarding to action on this item?
Well, I don't know how it's going to be specifically built, but I know, and I've seen boathouses that simply the eave that comes off or the extension of the roof at times will cover half of the catwalk that goes down the side. I don't see many of them that are built so that the end of the roof makes sure that it drops the water right straight in. I mean, I don't know. I've seen them a number of different ways, but and one, I guess, I know mine is built that way. It's just the design of it with the square footage allows for it to come over, and I guess my catwalk or my walkway is about 5 feet wide, and it covers about 2.5 feet as it just simply has an overrun of the roof structure. So I don't know whether that's, I didn't plan it that way. It ended up that way, and I've seen a lot of roofs like that. So I don't know whether that in and of itself, we can ask Mr. Owen. Mr. Owen, you have a comment on that?
Yes, sir. I'd ask Mike to back up a slide, please, or Summers. In fact, one more right there. So earlier we were speaking of the Evelyn case. Go back to the first summary slide, please. There we go, right there. So earlier, Mr. Crossman was referring to the Evelyn case, which involved an unauthorized pier shelter prior to the code amendment that now statutorily authorizes pier shelters. And that is in the opening remarks of you'll see that in the last sentence on the slide. The code was later amended to provide that statutory authorization. So the 28.2-1203A5 of the code does allow up to a 700 square foot roof over a boat slip and up to 400 square foot over a pier. The question of water dependency was resolved when they amended the code section to allow them by statute, but you can always raise it. And had this not been objected, you build up an 1,100 square foot roof that includes the entirety of the L head as well as the boat slip. So I guess the best way to respond to this is that the code allows it by statute unless there's an objection, and then anything that is objected to is certainly up to the whim of the commission.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Everett, that answer the question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. France? Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Mr. Zedrin? Not here. Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
No.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We will be in recess for lunch for 30 minutes. We will reconvene at 1:30.
Okay, I told Mike you switched to presenter. He is up and running. Steve, you are good to go whenever you'd like.
Okay. I'd like to reconvene September 29th, 2020 Marine Resources Commission meeting to order. At this time, I will call the roll. Mr. France?
Here. Here.
Mr. Tankard?
Here.
Mr. Zedrin? Absent. Dr. Neal? Dr. Neal?
Maybe he's just getting back to his computer.
Yeah. Mr. Ballard?
Here.
Mr. Minor?
Here.
Ms. Lusk? Ms. Lusk? Ms. Everett?
Here.
Was that Ms.
That was
Lusk?
Ms. Lusk.
That's
That was
Ms.
Ms.
Lusk
Lusk,
and
but
then
this
Ms.
is Ms.
Everett?
Everett.
Okay, got it. Dr. Neal?
I'm here. Dr. Neal.
Oh, gotcha. And Mr. Minor?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, sir. We will now proceed with the remainder of the agenda. The next item on the agenda is Bettina Essert, number 20-0462. Who'll be handling this case?
This is Allison Lay again.
Ms. Lay, proceed, please.
All right, so Bettina Esser is requesting authorization to construct approximately 100 linear feet of concrete mat and stone sill with 440 cubic yards of sand fill with native wetland plantings, 2 core logs, and a 12-foot by 80-foot concrete boat ramp adjacent to property along the Indian River in the city of Chesapeake. And this project will require a tidal wetlands permit as well as a subaqueous permit. Next slide. This map shows the location of the project on the Indian River in the city of Chesapeake. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the project site. It's kind of a little point that comes out into the river. Next slide. This is a plan view drawing of the project. The sill is highlighted in yellow, and it will be placed near the mean low water line, and sand fill with native plantings will be placed behind it. A boat ramp, which is shown in the orange highlighter, is proposed to be constructed at the point parallel to the proposed statutorily authorized pier. And a bulkhead is also proposed to be constructed, but it is outside of the Wetlands Board's jurisdiction. Next slide. These are cross-section drawings of the project. At the top is the proposed boat ramp. The boat ramp is proposed to be 12 feet wide and 80 feet long and will impact vegetated and non-vegetated wetlands as well as submerged lands. The bottom drawing shows the proposed sill, sand fill, plantings, and bulkhead. Again, the bulkhead will be constructed outside of jurisdictional wetlands. Next slide. This photo shows the existing pier. The boat ramp is proposed to be constructed to the right side of the pier. This pier will also be replaced at the same location, and that work is statutorily authorized. Next slide. This photo shows the western part of the project. You can see the existing wetlands as well as some of the bank erosion that's happening in this area. Next slide. This is another view of the western part of the project showing, again, the wetland vegetation and the erosion. Next slide. Further down on the property, you can see that the wetlands start to have a more gentle slope up into the uplands. Next slide. This is the eastern part of the project. The application had originally proposed the sill to extend to this area of the property. However, the plans have been revised. Next slide. And this is another view of the eastern side of the property. Next slide. And then one last view of the eastern side of the property. Next slide. So the proposed impacts from this project, I broke into 2 parts. The first is impacts from the sill. 510 square feet of non-vegetated wetland will be converted to riprap. 190 square feet of submerged land will be converted to riprap. And 1,200 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands will be converted to vegetated wetlands. The second impact is from the concrete boat ramp. And for that one, 275 square feet of vegetated wetlands will be impacted, 204 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands will be impacted, and 395 square feet of submerged lands will be impacted. And for the submerged land impacts from the boat ramp specifically, there would be a royalty at a rate of 50 cents per square foot, which would come out to a total of $197.50. Next slide. So the applicant offered some justification for the impacts. They state that the closest boat ramp is at the Jordan Bridge in the city of Norfolk, and that the owner has several smaller vessels that they want to be able to launch at their property. The applicant reduced the width of the boat ramp from 14 feet to 12 feet, and they are proposing to create 388 square feet of vegetated wetlands on site to mitigate for impacts to vegetated and non-vegetated wetlands from construction of the boat ramp. Next slide. The proposed fill with sand fill and native plantings is considered a living shoreline and is the preferred shoreline erosion control method for the Commonwealth of Virginia. However, the proposed boat ramp will impact vegetated wetlands, and staff believes that this impact could be avoided. Although the nearest public boat ramp is approximately a 4-mile drive from the property, staff believes that the impact to vegetated wetlands is not appropriate for the construction of a boat ramp. The proposed pier and boat lift can be used for boat mooring to reduce the number of times boats will be taken in and out of the water. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project and considering all of the factors contained in 28.2-1200 and 28.2-1302 10B of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the sill with sand fill and native wetland plantings, but denial of the boat ramp. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. Excuse me. Are any members of the commission wish to ask Ms. Lay any questions? Okay, they're hearing none. Is the applicant present or represented? I have a Richard Calvert listed as the agent. Mr. Calvert, you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, sir. Would you like to address the commission, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowman and commission members. This is Richard Calvert with Calvert Marine. I'm the agent representing Bettina Essert on this project. I'll go right to the boat ramp. The owner would like to go ahead and try and put a boat ramp in at this property. We tried to look for alternate locations on the property, but the wetlands pretty much go around the perimeter of the property. So at any point that we would want to have access to the water, we would be impacting them. So then we moved to try and do what we could to try and compensate for the area going through the wetlands by creating new wetlands on site to compensate for the loss of the vegetated and non-vegetated wetlands that we would be impacting by the new ramp. The owner just really is emphatic about trying to get access to the water behind their property. As we mentioned, the closest boat ramp is over at the Jordan Bridge, which is 4 miles by car, but it's 6 miles by water. And it goes through the most horrendous marine industrial area and a complete no-wake zone the entire way, which would almost get you about an hour to an hour and a half by the time you launch and come back to your own property just to fish and use the recreational area behind your house. Seems quite a long way to go for this. So we really like to just try and have access for, most of the access is for smaller boats. They actually have a 22-foot center console, a 19-foot skiff, a 15-foot Pelican, 2 kayaks, and a small John boat. The actual lift on the pier is for a larger boat that probably will not be able to use the ramp. So the access is for the smaller boats and that they can use for their own private recreational use. In an effort to try and make this a better project too, we also included an additional 1,200 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands that we've converted to vegetated wetlands and created a sill over on the property. Second reason for this is also to see how this would perform in the future. It's our intention to come back in and do some wetland planning after this project is completed, which we call phase 1, But at this time, the budget of it was just beyond what we could do with the cost that we were increased for all the improvements at this time. The phase 2 could also be done under a group 2 living shoreline permit too, if we wanted to come in and stabilize the marsh after completion. Other than that, I take any questions that you may have. We'd like to do anything we can to try and get this ramp in. I know that sometimes the commission has favored using pavers on a ramp. If that makes any impact whatsoever, we'd certainly look at something like that. We decreased the size down to 12 foot wide, which is pretty much governed by the trailer. And pretty much that is the extent of what I can offer in regards to the boat lift. And if you have any questions, I'll be certainly glad to answer them at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Calvert. Any members of the commission have a question for Mr. Calvert?
Commissioner Bowman, Christy Everett.
Yes, Ms. Everett, proceed, please.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Calvert, when you mentioned that they don't want to travel the 6 miles by water from the Jordan Bridge ramp because it's industrial, wouldn't they be going through that anyway, even if they had their own ramp?
Only if they'll be going out to the open water. If they want a boat behind their house and kayak in that area in Indian River, it wouldn't require them to do that. That's the only point they're trying to make, that the larger boat that's going in the lift would be the one that would be taking that trip out if they're going to go out into open water. But they like to just mess around back and behind their own house doing kayaking and other stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Calvert?
Chad Ballard.
Proceed, Mr. Ballard, please.
I'm sorry, the list of boats is escaping me, but were there any thoughts to trying to moor those along the pier? Is there enough space to try and keep those and launch the kayaks from the pier?
Yeah, Mr. Ballard, one side of the pier is pretty shallow back behind the T. The other side is where they planned on putting a ramp. I imagine that you could be using that for a couple of the vessels, but they would still like to maintain access through there. And they've gone at great lengths to try and compensate on site for any impacts that they've had.
Mr. Bowman, I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Proceed, Ms. Everett.
Thank you. So this is a living shoreline, but I notice on the drawing page 6, there is a new vinyl bulkhead as part of it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and that might be, for example, reason it wouldn't be group 2. It seems like it's more of a hybrid, soft and hardened shoreline, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yes, ma'am. I was referring to if they came in after the fact and wanted to do a sill and fill in the marsh between the proposed bulkhead and the existing wetlands, that perhaps they could use a group 2 to enhance that area. That's all I was trying to refer to.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Calvert by members of the commission? Okay, I have a Bettina Essert, the applicant, has signed in and wishes to speak. Ms. Essert, are you there?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, proceed.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak first to the information of the route from the Jordan Bridge to where our pier is located. In order for us to get, say, to the bay, if we wanted to go to open water, we would not have to boat through those industrial areas. The Navy Yard, BAE, all of those things are in a different branch of the river, and we would be coming out through a couple of small shipyards on waterside. So we do actually get to avoid most of those huge industrial shipyards on the way out toward the bay. Secondly, I just want to say, we really want to preserve this piece of land and the shoreline. You can see that we've had a lot of erosion. We've lost a lot of land as it is already. Our goal is really to do the best we can for these wetlands and also the shoreline of the river, as well as provide enjoyment for ourselves and access for us to be able to use our boats in the river. The problem with mooring our boats or tying them to the pier is theft. Every time we leave a boat tied to this pier, things get stolen out of it. And not just like a fishing pole or a life preserver. People have come in and stripped the seats out of their boats. They've stolen the motors off of boats. It's a huge problem. I guess we'll call it piracy on the river. But that really does make it impossible to leave our boats tied to this pier for more than a day. And I want to thank Mr. Calvert. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of Ms. Essert? I guess I have one pertaining to the boat ramp that Mr. Calvert brought up about the remediation and the living shoreline. You said after the fact, Mr. Calvert, that y'all may consider coming back. What would trigger that to make you decide to come back and do it should this project be approved?
Are you addressing this question to Mr. Calvert or to me?
I did because he's the one that proffered it.
Yes.
Hold on. You're gonna talk to him.
Hold on. Mr. Calvert, did you hear my question?
Yes, I did, Commissioner. I'll try and address that as best I can.
Please.
We originally started out with a sill around the perimeter of the property and planning enhancement around the perimeter as well. And then the pricing came in for that item, and it almost exceeded what the bulkhead cost was. So at that point, we were trying to just stabilize the land now and stop the heavy erosion and the loss of property and address that problem. We believe that it's also because right now the contractors are very, very busy. This is the sill work would have to be done by barge exclusively. And we're hopeful that we can come in the future and try and do some planning to help stabilize the areas of the existing wetlands. And that's all we were trying to do is try and do what we could to help the existing wetlands, but the cost prohibited us from going all the way around. So we wanted to try and do this one area and see how it worked in the climate out there on the site, and then make our decision on what the future planning would be and what how involved it would be.
Okay. Is this boat ramp out of the sight of neighbors?
Yes, sir. I believe so. I
Ms. Essert?
imagine that perhaps the overhead picture might lend a better picture than that. But I believe that it's not very exposed to the general public.
I believe I'm unmuted again. Yes, the boat ramp is out of sight of any immediate neighbors except for the people directly across the river.
Okay. Further questions of Mr. Calvert or Ms. Essert by members of the commission? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in support of this project? Is there anyone? Is there anyone else or anyone in opposition to this project? Thank you. The matter is before the commission for discussion and action.
Commissioner Bowman, may I ask a question of staff?
You may always ask a question of staff. Yes, ma'am, proceed.
So yeah, I mean, I do think that this is a pretty tough one. I feel for the applicant and the issues that she's facing with vandalism and things like that. I guess the question is, could that boat lift be, I'm sorry, could the ramp be done in a way that impacts less wetlands? I think the avoidance to me, I think is, primary focus here, because if you try to create them, they're just not going to probably function the same way that the existing ones do. So I think that recreation isn't a one-for-one, but I guess my question to staff is there a way to do it where there are less impacts, or that's already been minimized to the extent possible.
Thank you. Ms. Lay, do you want to answer that, or you want someone else from staff? You got it covered?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I was reviewing this application, I did ask the applicant to consider minimizing the boat ramp to the greatest extent possible. And that's when we got in the revision that they felt they could do with it being 12 feet wide instead of 14 feet wide, which did reduce the impact to the vegetated wetlands. I don't know if they would be comfortable minimizing it beyond that. And as far as making it out of pavers versus concrete, there would still be that initial impact to the vegetated wetlands. It may allow more vegetated wetlands to grow through the pavers, but we can't say for sure. We'd still have to look at the impact from the application at that time, not what could happen in the future.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, can you show us that picture of where the boat ramp would go in again, please? Right. Yeah. No, I'd like the ground shot a little bit better if you could, please. Okay. Further questions? Matters before the commission for action, and I will just say that I feel for the applicant as well, having been in both regular and marine law enforcement, nothing worse than somebody to pilfer off of your boat in an area that you can't secure. I'm like Ms. Everett. This is a tough one. I wish there was some guarantee or some way to guarantee that we could repair, replace, or otherwise do something with the wetlands that would be lost that are there in a manner that is satisfactory to the commission. I'll just throw that out there for discussion.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess to your question there, to your suggestion, would it be possible to kind of increase the monitoring, and if there isn't the quality and function of the recreated wetlands that make up for or compensate what was lost, additional measures be taken, or is that a level of complexity that might be beyond the ability for staff to follow up?
Well, it's kind of tough to monitor. Are you talking about the wetlands mitigation bank possibility as well, or anything?
No, I think just on site, but I guess my thought is that, do we have any promise that the wetlands that they would plant to compensate for the loss would actually perform as those existing? And I can't see from the picture if that's Phragmites or if it's high quality functioning marsh. Some portions of the site look very healthy, but can't totally tell what you're actually losing versus what you could recreate.
Yeah,
maybe
okay.
it's better.
I'll ask boots on the ground, Allison Lay, to tell us what it looks like.
Yeah, so there is some Phragmites on site in the upper portions of the wetland towards the uplands, but in the area of where the boat ramp will be placed, there is some Spartina alterniflora, and it appears to be a very healthy marsh, fringe marsh, located around the property.
Any other comments by members of the commission related to that?
Commissioner Bowman, I'll put one out there. I'm not sure if it's helpful or not, but I guess I would feel much more comfortable supporting the boat ramp, knowing that the owner, which seems to have a commitment to keep this as good habitat and a healthy buffer, but to really kind of be the ultimate steward of the site to help areas. It's large piece of land, lots of opportunity for marsh creation and protection. But I guess to me, I might be willing to support the proposal, but just knowing that the owner really would care for existing wetlands to the utmost extent possible. Not sure if that's helpful in the form of this question, but that's where my brain is.
I understand. I feel the same way. I mean, you know, looking at this, we've seen situations where you had marshes like this, and although it's not a violation of the law, I think it ought to be. You go out there and mow it, and you do this and you do that. It seems to me that this has been maintained, as you were saying, in a very pristine manner. And, you know, it's a tough balance. This is one of those ones you look at and you say, well, we're not supposed to do, you know, what should we do? And you can just say, well, by God, we're going to do this, or well, by God, we're going to do that, without any thought. But if you think, at least in my perspective, if you think through it as what they're asking for, why they're asking for, I was really compelled by the fact that, and anybody that lives on the water's had stuff stolen off of their boat, which is trifling as can be. I haven't had seats stolen out of my boat, but, you know, but I feel for the applicant in this scenario, as far as if you look at the grand scheme of all the marsh that's out there, and as you said, Ms. Everett, all the marsh that has the potential to be created. And I think Ms. Essert, although I can't look her in the eye, it seems to me that by looking at the land from an aerial view and looking at other things, that she intends to keep this place looking like we would want it to look from an environmental perspective. If I'm wrong, you know, it won't be the first time, but I just, in my gut, feel like that she intends well. So with that, the matter's before the commission. I'm sorry?
Ms. Essert said she can speak again if you'd like her to.
I don't know. That's closed at this point. Matters before the commission.
This is Dr. Neal. I guess I have a question concerning the pavers of the boat ramp. If we allowed the ramp, would staff be more comfortable with pavers over concrete?
Allison, Lay?
I think we would view them pretty similarly in this situation.
That's okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Mr. Watkinson, you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner. I think the pavers provide some benefit. There would be open voids between the paver blocks to allow for some infiltration of water and potentially some growth of vegetation. But as Allison has alluded to, that's speculation at best that it would revegetate, especially if it gets used a lot. I don't know that it would. So I think there's some marginal benefit, and that would be preferable, I suppose. But to the extent that it is replacing what was there or allows what was there to be mitigated for, I'd say that it's not a complete equalization of exchange.
Okay. Further questions?
Yeah, Ed Tankard, I do have one further question. We mentioned the size of the property. We mentioned the size of the property. Exactly how much property were you looking at? Do we have any sense of that? Maybe it was in the literature and I missed it.
I think the applicant would be the appropriate person to answer that question. Ms. Essert, how much property do you have there, ma'am?
We have about 18 acres.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Further questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Ed Tankard.
What's the motion, Mr. Tankard?
And the motion will be to approve both dock and boat ramp as proposed by the applicant.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, Christy Everett.
Mr. Commissioner, I don't mean to interrupt, but I would ask that Mr. Tankard just clarify if that includes the sill and fill and plantings as well. I assume it did.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I put it in too few words there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You clear on that, Mr. Watkinson?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Commissioner
motion
Bowman.
made. I'm sorry. I got a motion by Mr. Tankard, second by Ms. Everett. Further discussion.
Commissioner Bowman, may I just add a comment to my motion as well?
Yes, ma'am. If you can, you're the seconder of the motion, so we'll let you and Mr. Tankard work through this, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiments that you relayed and articulated, and I think the context of this is important, that there's a lot of potential. Obviously, we heard how much acreage. It's a really incredible opportunity, and hopefully with this latitude and over time, we'll see this property only improve in terms of value and function as wetlands. So I just wanted to add that context to my action.
Yes, staff has reminded me that we don't want to have any net loss of wetlands. So I'm hoping that net loss of wetlands will be recouped in a very short order. So thank you, Ms. Everett. Motion made, second. Call the roll. Mr. France? Mr. France?
Yes, no.
Mr. France?
No.
Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for your presentation. Next item on the agenda is the Virginia Electric and Power Company, number 20-1131. Who's got that one?
This is Allison Lay again.
Boy, they put you in the barrel today, didn't they? Go ahead, Allison. Proceed, please.
All right. So the Virginia Electric and Power Company is requesting authorization to replace 5 transmission line support structures located in tidal wetlands,
You said you
construct
needed to can you sign
temporary
something?
crossing
Hold on,
over
hold on just a second. Mr. Tankard, you're unmuted. Could you please mute your phone? Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Lay. Go ahead.
No worries. Construct a temporary crossing over 400 linear feet of Hodges Creek and replace a single 115 kilovolt aerial transmission line over approximately 211 linear feet of Hodges Creek in the city of Chesapeake. This project requires a tidal wetlands permit and a subaqueous permit. Next slide. The project is located in Hodges Creek, which is a tributary to the southern branch of the Elizabeth River near the high-rise bridge in Chesapeake. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the project site, and you can see some of the wires going across the wetland and Hodges Creek area in this photo. Next slide. This is a plan view drawing showing the 5 transmission line support structures, which are circled in red, as well as the location of the temporary construction access crossing and the permanent aerial transmission line crossing, which is circled in black. Next slide. This is a cross-section drawing showing the transmission line and support structures, as well as the aerial lines height above the creek. Next slide. This is a site photo showing some of the transmission line support structures that are located within the wetlands. Next slide. This is another view of the project site, and you can kind of see some of the subaqueous area nestled in the wetlands on the other side of the railroad tracks in this photo. Next slide. This project will impact 183 square feet of vegetative wetland loss, and the applicant has proposed to mitigate for this loss at the New Mill Creek Tidal Mitigation Bank, and they have received an availability letter, which they have provided to us. There will also be 15 square feet of non-vegetative wetland loss and 48 square feet of submerged land loss. This is from the power line support structures. Next slide. Staff recommends approval of this project with the following conditions. Purchase of wetland credits at the New Mill Creek Tidal Mitigation Bank necessary to replace the loss of 183 square feet of tidal vegetative wetlands. Assessment of an encroachment royalty in the amount of $633 for the encroachment over 211 linear feet of state-owned subaqueous bottom at a rate of $3 per linear foot. And all areas of state-owned submerged land and adjacent lands disturbed by this activity shall be restored to their original contours and natural conditions within 30 days from the date of completion of the authorized work. All excess material shall be removed to an upland site and contained in such a manner to prevent its re-entry into state waters. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from members of the commission for Allison pertaining to this project? Thank you. Is the applicant present or represented? I have a Jennifer Johnson as the agent. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, good afternoon. Jennifer Johnson's present. I think Ms. Lay did a good job of explaining the project, and I really don't have anything additional to add.
Okay, any questions by members of the commission for the agent, Ms. Johnson? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is anyone here in support or on the phone in support of this project that wishes to be heard? Anyone in opposition wishes to be heard? If not, the matter is before the commission.
Okay.
Chad Ballard, I move to approve staff recommendation.
Second by motion made by Mr. Ballard. Second?
This Stockney, I'll second.
Mr. France?
Aye.
Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is Old Dominion Electric Cooperative number 20-1246. Allison, is that you?
This is me again.
You're up.
All right, so Old Dominion Electric Cooperative is requesting authorization to place temporary timber mats over 5,000 square feet of non-vegetative wetlands and 30,400 square feet of vegetative wetlands to perform maintenance work and replace insulators on transmission lines along Chincoteague Road in Accomack County. A wetlands permit is required for use of a state-owned marsh. Next slide. This map shows the location of the project, which is circled in red. The entire project will be all along the Chincoteague Road, but this is only within the state marsh that we will be hearing today. Next slide. So this is an aerial view of the project site, and the gray shading is the state-owned marsh. So the project continues into other areas as well, but for today, we will only be looking at the state-owned marsh. The applicant has already received authorization from the Accomack County Wetlands Board for impacts to other wetland areas along the project. Next slide. These are plan view drawings of the project area within state wetlands. Each little box indicates an impact to the wetlands where they will be placing some single timber mats. And then the bright green shading shows where several temporary timber mats will be placed to access the poles. The timber mats will be in place for about a week and then will be moved to access the next pole. Bucket trucks and crane/boom trucks will be used to install the insulators from the timber mats. Next slide. Here is a site photo showing some of the poles that are located within the state wetlands. Next slide. And then this is just another view looking the other way. Next slide. So the impacts from this project are 5,000 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands, and then 30,400 square feet of vegetated wetlands, and everything is a temporary impact, and all impacted areas will be restored to pre-construction condition. Next slide. Staff recommends approval of the project with the following conditions. This permit gives no ownership interest in the underlying state land. All areas of state-owned marsh and adjacent lands disturbed by this activity shall be restored to their original contours and natural conditions within 30 days from the date of completion of the authorized work, and all excess material shall be removed to an upland site and contained in such a manner to prevent its re-entry into state waters. And the permittee agrees not to conduct any of the authorized work between April 15th and August 31st of any year to minimize adverse impacts to shorebirds. And that last condition was based on some comments that we had received from the Department of Conservation and Recreation. That concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions at this time.
Any questions from the Commission for Ms. Lay?
Two quick questions, if I may, Commissioner Bowman.
Yes, Ms. Everett, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the first, I'll just go ahead and ask both of them now. The first is I assume VIMS didn't have any comments that would affect the change in the permit conditions. And second, are those billboards that we just saw on the slide or the slide before last, are they on state-owned wetlands?
So we did not ask for any comments from VIMS. We did ask for comments from the Department of Wildlife Resources as well as DCR. And the time of year restriction was reflected of DCR's comments. The billboards in the photo, they might be on state wetlands. So if you go back to the aerial photo that shows the light gray shading, yeah, so there's a pull off of the road, which is where I was, kind of right around the area where that yellow marker is. So yeah, it looks like those billboards actually would be on state wetlands.
Mr. Watkinson, can you, that's your backyard. Can you explain it to us?
Yes, sir. I'd like to add a little bit of context to that. Based on my based on my personal observation, I would say that I believe those billboards had been there since before the Wetlands Act was initiated. And as a result, they've just been maintained in their current location ever since.
Okay, well, I guess it begs the question, should we do some further due diligence to find out whether they need to pay royalties or not? And I know it's a lot of them. So, yeah.
We have not, to my knowledge, ever charged royalties for use of state marsh, like we have for state-owned submerged lands.
Yes.
So that would be my only response at this point. I think going to the point of charging for use of state marsh, I think that would require some, I guess, a direction from the commission if you wanted to go that route.
Well, let's just do this. Ms. Everett, that's a great question. when we're dealing with shorebirds, and you can't have the mats there during a certain period of time. But I'm sure that honestly, those shorebirds have gotten really, really used to those. Matter of fact, they could probably read them by now. But anyway, we can look at that and see what's going on there. In all honesty, I've had that question before in my mind. I just never followed up on it. So anyway, so where are we? That was a question to Allison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We heard from the is John Donaldson here wishes to be heard?
Corey Gray first.
Corey Gray, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes, this is Corey Gray with Stantec to represent ODEC.
Yes, do you wish to be heard by the commission?
I think that Allison covered everything very nicely, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to be here to answer any questions from the commission if they have any.
Well, we certainly do appreciate that, I can assure you. Mr. John Donaldson, ODEC applicant?
John said the same, he's here for questions.
Just here for questions, okay. All right. Any questions by members of the commission for the applicants or agent? Anyone else here in support of this project? Anyone here in opposition to this project? If not, the matter is before the commission for discussion and action.
Yes, this is James Minor. I move that we approve staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Minor to approve. Is there a second?
Chad Ballard.
So moved,
Second.
Ed Tankard.
Second by Mr. Ballard. Mr. France. Mr. France.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Tankard?
Aye.
Dr. Neal?
Aye.
Mr. Ballard?
Aye.
Mr. Minor?
Aye.
Ms. Lusk?
Aye.
Ms. Everett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item I have on the agenda is Jeffrey and Monica Shinneman Oyster Planting Ground application 2018022. Before we get into this, I note that we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people that are protesting this. As my former boss would say, please do not repeat what your previous person said, or if you can be as direct and concise as to what your concern is, if you have one, or if you agree, do the same thing. We would greatly appreciate that. Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
This is a oyster ground application by Jeffrey and Monica Shinneman. They did request to lease approximately 10 acres of oyster planting ground in Wrights Cove in Northumberland County. Wrights Cove is a tributary of the Cone near the Glebe section of the Cone River. The project is protested by a number of adjacent highland property owners. Next slide. Here's a topographic map depicting the area. The application is circled, and parts of that cove, which is Wrights Cove. Glebe Creek is to the south, and Cone River is the tributaries off to the right, out to the Potomac River. Next slide. A little closer view, again, of a topographic map, just depicting the area of the application. Next slide. This aerial view with the application as originally submitted, superimposed. The Shinnemans own the property to the north of the lease at the north end of the application, 21745. That is a riparian lease that they obtained earlier this year. When we received this application, we did subject it to our normal public interest review process. We did notify adjacent property owners within Wrights Cove and also the adjacent leaseholder to the south. This is a standard procedure and required by code. We did receive a number of protests after the public notice ran. The nature of those objections include the close proximity of the requested area to some of their properties, potential adverse impacts to property values, navigation concerns, and questions about a commercial operation within a residential area. Also, other recreational uses of the area and just the peaceful enjoyment of this general location. Next slide. The public notice did run in March. It was published twice, March 14th and March 21st, and we did send out the letters of notification to the adjacent property owners and leaseholder. But those letters were dated March 8th of 2018, the year their application was received. Well, we had some delay in getting this one surveyed, but we did this year survey the area. That prompted some additional protests from some of the landowners. This configuration you see here is the actual area that we surveyed. We did adjust the area some from the original application. The intent of what we adjusted at the time of the survey was to try to address not impacting access to piers. So we did buffer a number of piers and tried to set the corners in a way that should not interfere with access to and from the piers. Next slide. So this is a slide, again, depicting the original application area and our attempt, we believe, accurately to depict for the protestants that live along the eastern side of the creek. The leasehold, the property owner to the north, the Smiths, have objected and also sent some suggested changes, and I'll cover those later in the presentation. And then the McKissicks, the Harris, and the Geisingers. We did have some concerns of another person even further south, and a couple of other residents, which I'm not sure where their property is in relation to the applicant. The applicant does own the right side of that spit you see at the north end of the application, but does not own the western side. And that's where you see that pier. That is not their pier. They have a pier that is actually where the riparian lease is my understanding. When they filled out their use plan questionnaire that we require of all regular leaseholders to fill out, they did indicate that they would use this lease for traditional on-bottom planting, and they did not check the boxes that they would be using cage aquaculture. However, under our current regulations, if the ground's leased, they could put cages on the lease provided they don't cause more than a minimal adverse impact to navigation and meet the other regulatory requirements. We also would note that the lease to the south is an active lease and actually has some mandatory reporting on it from 2012, 16, and 18. And we are not aware of any complaints related to that lease from any of the residents within this code as far as the impact of navigation and access. As with past applications that receive these types of protests, we do understand the use of cages, floats, and nets for shellfish propagation has resulted in increased public awareness of leasing of bottomlands and has highlighted the necessity for comprehensive review of leasing applications requests related to aquaculture activity. Such requests in populated areas and residential areas, issues regarding the public trust lands to include user conflicts, property values, aesthetics, navigation, impacts to other uses, and suitable bottom types. Stewardship of public trust lands while weighing public and private benefits versus detriments requires a multifaceted review of shellfish applications such as this. Staff evaluates each case on a case-by-case basis, and all comments received are considered under the request. As noted, the applicant has stated their intention to use the area for on-bottom traditional propagation and did not note they intend to use cages. While this applicant appears to be to us fairly new to commercial growing of shellfish, since they do own the property nearby, it would appear that this location would make sense to start such an operation. The area does have existing shellfish leases, again to the south and further out into the creek. Additionally, state-owned subaqueous bottomlands and tidal waters have traditionally been used for commercial purposes for shellfish propagation, commercial crabbing, and commercial fixed fishing devices, often in areas where there is residential development. Staff considers each shellfish application individually and any associated impacts when reviewing such applications to include impacts to nearby properties. Next slide. Again, this is the surveyed area, slightly different than what you saw just previously of the application area, carving out some additional areas around the piers. Next slide. I'm going to show you 4 slides now. The first 2 are pictures sent by the Protestant Smith family, which is the most northernmost of the Protestants. They asked that these be reviewed and made part of the record, and they'll be available if they speak, if they want to reference anything within these photos. This is just a general shot of the creek. Next slide. This is also one I believe is somewhat dated, but again, just a shot of the creek. I'll let them comment on what this photo means to them. Next slide. This is the actual survey. And we'll skip that a minute and go to the next 2 photos, which I had to add today because it just came in. Oops. Well, there are 2 more photos should have showed up, which, yeah, I don't know why they're not there. Checked this earlier. But anyway, let's go on to the plat. We'll see if we can rectify that in a second. Next, go to the next slide. Oh, other way. There you go. So the Smiths own the property that's east of corners 17, 16, and 15. We are recommending approval of what you see here. However, the commission may want to consider, based on the Smiths' suggestions and possible testimony, they requested that that area not be leased, and as a compromise, we would say, should the commission deem it appropriate, that we would just cut off the area 15, 16, and just start at 17 and go across to 14, and then go counterclockwise to the west, which would eliminate that area right in the cove next to the Smiths property. The other areas you see that are offshore are to accommodate existing piers. The applicant has indicated that they did want to lease as much area in here as possible, and that the nearshore area was probably as good or better than some of the center of the creek, which might be softer bottom. So therefore, after careful review of the application and considering all the factors of the code, 28.2607 and 28.21205A of the Code of Virginia, which include considering the impacts to nearby properties and the potential impacts of leasing this for shellfish propagation, we conclude this area is appropriate. We do recommend approval of leasing of 8.93 acres as shown in this plat, unless the commission deems some modification is warranted within the rights code of Northumberland County, Jeffrey, and Monica Center. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I will see if I can pull up those other 2 photos and reinsert them, and maybe Mike can bring that back up.
Any questions of Mr. Stagg by members of staff? Thank you. The applicant present or representative, I have Mr. Jeffrey Shinneman or Mrs. Shinneman applicants. Is one or whomever going to speak present?
Hold on, let me get Mrs. Shinneman. He's ready to speak. Mrs. Shinneman.
Yes,
Mrs.
Monica
Shinneman?
Shinneman. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
how are you this afternoon?
I'm fine. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear. Yes, ma'am.
All right, wonderful. Would you like me to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so thank you so much. There are the 4 areas of concern that we would like to address. 1 being navigation, 2 being noise, 3 being property value, and 4 being commercial in a residential area. Those are the 4 areas that I'd like to address at the moment. Number 1, in regard to navigation, we will not be blocking anyone from navigating in and out of the creek or cove for several reasons. First, we have to be able to get in and out of the cove. We're at the head of the cove, past those who have concerns. When we started this process, we worked closely with Royce Bridger and Chris Myers to make sure that we stayed a respectable distance from docks. And third, and you already know this, but the Virginia Marine Resource Commission does not allow those who lease to block navigation. Fourth, on this subject, we're not using cages. We just want to work the bottom as indicated in our application. I realize saying this does not change the law or the right to use cages, but again, the Resource Commission is not going to allow that to happen anyway. The next thing I'd like to address second is noise. There will be no noise. We have a very quiet combo, a 60 horsepower Yamaha 4-stroke, 24-foot boat. If you stand in the front of the boat, you can't not even hear it run. Matter of fact, you can stand on the dock and forget that you even had it running. Third, property value. This concern leaves me a little perplexed considering the houses in our area are selling as soon as they hit the market, if not before they hit the market. I help a realtor friend of mine from time to time, and she could sell waterfront houses over and over again. She has more buyers than she has houses for sale in areas where leases are already active. Matter of fact, it's hard to find an area that's not leased. The fourth would be the commercial and residential area. We pay the state of Virginia to work the commercial waterways, be it to crab, fish, or oyster. We're working the water, not the land. So I guess in wrapping this up and closing, I'd like to say to my neighbors and to the commissioner the following. For the past few years, I've had the privilege of working on many projects, situations with many different people with different understanding of how the commercial industry works. I understand that people fear the unknown when they're not completely educated on a process. We have a great friendly relationship with most of our neighbors, and we want the same with all. We have 6 of our neighbors that are completely fine with what we're doing in that same area. And if you want to count 2 per household, that'd be 12. My husband has returned Mr. Harris's lift covers after storms, just being a good neighbor. This is prior to all this. When we first moved in, my husband and I had a friendly relationship with Mr. McKessick, one that we felt that we could stop by the dock and say hello. But I feel like someone has given Mr. McKessick some misinformation, causing him to call the Marine Police. We had a visit from Officer Rose and tried to inform Mr. McKessick to help him understand. We went from a friendly hello to Mr. McKessick yelling out abusive language and cursing at my husband, which seems to be stemming from misinformation. I understand there's some urban myths out there about what we plan on doing, but I can assure you it's just simple as wanting to work the bottom of the water. Prior to these events, Commission, I tried to reach out to Mr. McKessick, but he didn't answer the door, and I kind of understand why. We're in some different times. Miss Barbara came on the property, looking around, talking to my neighbors. She passed me, but she didn't offer to stop and talk to me. But all in all, we don't harbor any ill feelings, and my time spent as the president of the Potomac River Working Watermen's president, my time helping river keepers keep the Potomac River clean, the time I've spent with the Virginia Watermen's Association doing the Seafood Week has really opened my eyes to the lack of knowing the details and how a spark of misinformed intention really goes a long way. It's important to educate people to make better relationships. I understand that. And I guess finally, what really sparked our interest in doing this when we bought the property, and we actually own 2 up in that creek. We bought the other dock that you didn't see included. Our friend and marina owner, Jeff Stonehill, really sparked our interest in doing this oyster leasing aquaculture after describing some of the classes he went to and tours he went on and different conferences. And, we all know oysters are good for cleaning our waters and the ecosystem, and he encouraged us to do this. I want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of the ecosystem and cleaning up the water. That would improve property values, not decline them. We're not looking to harm our neighbors, navigation, property value, or create any type of noise. And that's really my position on that, and I hope everyone understands.
By Ms. Shinneman.
Repeat that. You were muted.
I'm sorry?
You were muted.
Any questions by members of the commission for Ms. Shinneman? Thank you. I have Mr. I'm sorry?
Commissioners have been, hopefully Mike has reloaded this. It has the 2 photos in it. Yes, those are the 2 photos. And let me just briefly just say a little bit about them before you continue with the protest. This is from these 2 are from another protestant we just received, Eileen Sklar, who was just mentioned by Ms. Shenneman. And I'll let them address these photos. They're both of the uplands, so I don't think they're in our jurisdiction, but they may want to comment. You can go to the next slide. Mike, they both show the shed, which is on the Shenneman property apparently. With that, I go back to the plat and then continue with the protest. Thank you.
Could we go back to the picture of the lease on the water that had the location of the property owners? Can you do that for me, Mr. Stagg? The slide. I thought you had one that had the property owners, or the adjacent property owners. That's what I'd like to have right there. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Stonehill, you present? Like to speak?
There he is.
Okay, Mr. Stonehill, proceed, please. Mr. Jeffrey Stonehill.
He keeps unmuting, so speak. Now he can speak. Oh my God.
Is this a different program that we used before?
No, he's struggling. He is unmuted.
Mr. Stonehill.
How about now?
Yes, sir. Proceed, please.
Okay. Technology had to take me a minute to get there. Commissioner Bowman and the rest of the staff and commissioners, good morning. Just wanted to give my support to this project. I've known the Shinnemans for 15 or 20 years, and they are great stewards of the water. And Monica, she's known on the street, and Jeff as well. Great commercial folks, really big into the environment. I know they will do a wonderful job here with this oyster. Also been to the property as well. It's well off the road, way up a creek. You cannot see it from the road. It's in a beautiful area. And I've talked to them numerous times about doing this, as Captain Monica referred to before. Jeff has also worked out of a marina here that I own up in King George as a commercial fisherman. He's always been very respectful, very clean, very neat and tidy. He's one of the really good ones. And some of the issues that I had heard that they were talking about noise, as Monica said, 4-stroke outboard engines make a very little noise. I'm on the water and I use them every day. And as she said, there are times that you can forget they're even running. Property values, land, an adult oyster can filter up to 50 gallons per water per day, cleaning up the water. And the water down there in the Cone River and the Glebe and everything is very clear due to, well, a number of things, probably all the oysters that are there. So they would, I would imagine they would filter out the water, improve water values. And, the commercial fishing, there's, that whole area down there is full of commercial fishermen. And, it's a great thing that they're doing down there. Hazards to the navigation, as Monica pointed out, there really, there are none. And if the oysters are creating a navigational issue for you, you're in the wrong place. So I am full in support of them. I know they will do a great job. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. Any questions for Mr. Stonehill? Thank you. Is there anyone else in support of this project that wishes to be heard? Is there anyone in opposition? I can start with the list, and that's what I will do. And then after that, if you wish to be heard, we will check. Patrick or Margaret Smith?
I have two questions for Monica.
Ma'am, that's not the way this hearing runs. You need to speak directly to the commission. You need to speak to the commission. What's your position?
I'd like to know where they live. I don't have an address for them.
Is
Do they live
this
on Harding Street?
is this Ms. Margaret Smith?
Margaret Smith. It's our little creek that they got this one little pier on that they say that they're going to exempt us from the lease. But that's the pier they run their boats out of because their property is right behind it if their address is 143 Hardy Lane.
Ms. Sheneman, what's your address? If you're there. Ms.
Can you hear
Sheneman,
me?
what's your address?
Commissioner Bowman, can you hear me?
I can, please.
Okay. Well, we have several addresses. We have several homes. We live right now at 140 Church Lane. We also have a home there on 326 Harding Lane. The property that she is asking me.
Yes. Good.
The property that she is in regard to, we do not have a home there. We do have the barn, which I'm not quite sure what's in the picture because that has nothing to do with this conversation or this, oyster that we're trying to do. That is simply an area that we have for storage of many of our items. And that's that. I mean, we let a farmer farm the property.
That's all I need to know. All I need to know is your addresses. Thank you. Ms. Smith, do you have further questions?
Yes. These two addresses are only about 50 feet apart. The barn will be built, is probably built so they could open a business.
Ma'am, that's speculative. And also that barn is in the upland, well out of the jurisdiction of the Marine Resources Commission. We will not be dealing with upland issues. Continue.
It's the pier.
Okay, what about it?
They're going to be running boats out of that pier in our little creek. No, she said they won't put any cages in there, but they'll be running the creek.
Ma'am, anybody that wants to run that creek can run that creek.
Commercial.
Anyone commercial that wants to run that creek can run that creek. Did you have anything else, Ms. Smith?
The dock you didn't see, is around the bend. Do they intend on using that dock?
Ma'am, I don't know.
Well, can anyone ask them? Did anyone
I don't
deal with
what is the
pier
relevance
around?
to the question?
Well, I'd like to know where you're putting your boats in.
Ma'am, that is, hold on a second. I'm getting control of this hearing right now. Ms. Smith, direct your question to the commission or cease your questioning.
All right, I evidently can't get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Eileen Sklar.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
Yes.
We live at 540 Doctors Point Road, and we have owned our home for 24 years and chose this home based on its location, the narrow curb, and the pristine natural environment. Before I go on, I want to correct a couple things that Monica Sheneman said. My partner, Bruce McKissick, and I have lived here, as I said, for 24 years. We have never met the Shenemans. Bruce has never met her. If she says she came to our home and nobody answered the door, we are not aware of that. We
Okay,
have
thank you.
been, okay, about this whole process. Apparently the Shenemans applied for this in 2018. The only person that got notification of this application were the Smiths. They live in Richmond. We never received any notification at all. Had we received it, we would have protested then and there. We were not officially notified that this application was even received by the state, by the VRMC, until July of this year, July of 2020. And when I had talked, apparently this hearing was scheduled prior to today, that initially it was scheduled sometime before, and it's only through the Smiths calling us to tell us that they received notice of a hearing that we knew about this at all. I then went around. Now, it was like 90-some degrees, and I had just had major hand surgery, but I went around to all the area houses to see if anyone had been notified back in 2018. No one had.
Ma'am, I understand that, but you're here today at the hearing with the opportunity to oppose this matter. If you've got some concerns about the hearing process, you're more than welcome to give me a call. I'll discuss it after I research it. But the matter here before the commission deals with your objection to their lease today.
All right, here goes. The area that they want to lease is a seasonally condemned area. And I don't understand, if they have never had an oyster lease before, why they would want to have this lease in the seasonally condemned area, which means they cannot harvest between, I believe it's April and October. And it's my understanding that in order to do that, they would have to move the oysters to clean water and then harvest them. I have no faith in them that they would even do this. I also have no faith in their saying that they will not put up markers. Judging from the way they put their crab pots out, and there must be 100 of them, boats cannot come in and out of here with their crab pots. So no one will be monitoring there if they have poles out. This is a residential area. For generations, people have enjoyed this area, multi-generations. People kayak here, they jet ski here, and back in our little cove, one of the residents even has a beach where they launch their kayaks. The original proposal of the Shenemans completely blocked access from the Smiths to their water. Their lease application was up to their property line, and it also is up to our property line around the curve. We're on a point. We're on a peninsula, and we have 400 feet of waterfront. And I would say, with the exception of the area around the pier, they plan to put oysters there. It is very shallow. Oftentimes, you see the bottom of the water. And as far as property values, yes, it does affect a property value. Had we been looking for this home and saw all these oyster markers, we would not have bought it. I spent 25 years at Johns Hopkins in international health and infectious diseases and public health. I can tell you that we do not want the oyster harvesting business in our area. This is my home. I worked very hard for many, many years to be able to buy this property, for Bruce and I to buy this property. And there is an old saying, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Well, this, if you look at where the Schoenemans' homes are, none of their homes are here in this cove. We are committed to follow this as far as we can take it. We do not want them here.
Yeah, well, you have that right, but when you start talking about the Schoenemans' home not being there, it almost is indicating that those waters that are out there are specifically owned by.
No, they aren't. No, they. I know that. Yeah. The waters. The point is that this is going to be in my front yard. It's not going to be in their front yard. That's the only point I was making. I thoroughly understand.
I understand. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Thanks. Bruce McKissick.
He's right here with me.
I'm
sorry? Yeah, I'm right here. The first thing that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we're just having some technical stuff back and forth, so please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I was going to say a whole lot of different things, but after the way this woman lied to you and everybody else about what I did and what I said, I raised hell with him one time and told him to slow his boat down. And that's the only time I've ever talked to him. And her, I wouldn't know her if she walked in the door, let alone knock on ours. She flat out lied about what I did. And
all right, sir.
It makes us wonder what else they.
Eileen.
Okay, ma'am, I have to have one at a time.
Yeah, and we talked to one of the other neighbors not one that's in this group, and we were asking the guy about come meeting with us, and he said there's no sense because Mr. Schoeneman told him down in Louisetta that it was a done deal. We didn't have to protest it.
I've got myself and 8 other people here that I can assure you that nothing that comes before this commission is a done deal. So I don't know how that information.
That's what we were told.
Well, go back and ask the person to come see me, and we'll discuss how he was told, because I'd like to know how he's in my mind and knows what I'm going to decide.
Well,
anyway,
this was Jeffrey Schoeneman said it.
Okay.
Jeffrey Schoeneman said it.
Okay. All right. Any questions from members of the commission for Ms. Sklar or Mr. McKissick or Ms. Smith?
Just hold on.
Any members of the commission? All right. Thank you. I have Barbara Brecher or Breacher.
Is not online.
Okay. Michael Geisinger. No, Mr. Geisinger. Tracy Harris.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
There she is.
Okay, Ms. Harris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you like to address the commission, please?
I would. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband and I own 2 adjacent properties on Doctors Point Road, 664, 732. My husband wrote a letter to Mr. Stagg, as I did as well. I hope that those are part of the record. If not, I would like to read them into the record.
They are part of the record. Yep.
So I have some, I appreciate Monica's comments. That was helpful information, but I would really like some additional information about the plans for this little cove. One question I have is more for the commission, and that is, if the lease is granted as requested, does the commission then lose any control over what operations ensue? I mean, once the lease is granted, is that it? There's no monitoring, there's no confirmation that folks are doing what they said they were going to do?
No, ma'am, that's not true. The seafood industry, shellfish specifically in the Commonwealth of Virginia, is a heavily regulated industry. It is managed, our oversight is managed by our law enforcement division in conjunction with the United States Food and Drug Administration. We're audited every year by the Food and Drug Administration to assert or determine whether we're doing our job right. We continue to get extremely good reports and extremely good evaluations as far as our monitoring is concerned from the Food and Drug Administration and the Virginia Department of Health. In fact, our scenario has been used as an example for other states. Now, when it gets us to the commission, as far as the bottom is concerned, no, we cannot, at this juncture, prevent the Shinnemans from using bottom cages as far as this area is concerned. That being said, the regulation is very specific, that if the cages become a problem as far as navigation is concerned or health and safety are concerned, we have the authority to go in there and ask the Shinnemans to remove the cages. So that's a pretty significant amount of oversight, and when we get a complaint, I can assure you we'll be the first there to take a look at it and see what's going on should this area be leased.
Thank you very much for addressing that.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that a 4-stroke engine is on the quiet side, and that's wonderful. My concern about noise is not so much the small boats, it's the harvesting and or processing operation. I'm wondering how these oysters will be harvested and where they will be processed. Will they be taken ashore in our cove, or are they going out toward Louisetta to be processed?
Well, ma'am, I can only comment from a commission's perspective of what happens in the subaqueous bottoms of the Commonwealth of Virginia. What they do once it gets above the high water mark, I don't know. That we've had that case before many, many years ago in the Gloucester area and York area and places like that. And it's been determined that that is an upland issue, much like the pictures that we saw a little while ago. We have no jurisdiction over that. If it's a noise issue, the noise issue then comes under the noise ordinances of the county or city in which you're residing. So we have no control over the noise once it gets beyond the low water mark. Now, out there, one can deduce that there may be some noise or some whatever associated with anything, whether you're out there fishing or whether you're out there boating or whatever you're doing, there may be some noise. But as far as upland, I can't promise you one thing or the other as far as that's concerned. And I do not know where the Shinnemans intend to take their oysters, and that could probably change from day to day.
Another issue that I would like, if possible, to have Mr. Myers address is the issue that was raised earlier regarding the lack of notice in this particular case of this application.
Mr. Stagg, that's come up a couple times. Can you do me a favor and help me out just a little bit?
Yes, we're not mentioning this during the evaluation. We did discover after we surveyed this and we got calls because when the flags went up, I think some of the people in the creek realized something was happening. We did send these notifications back in March of 2018. We did not discover until this year after we staked it and we got calls that apparently virtually all those letters were never delivered. And we tried to research that and found that we send these certified, but we never got the certification back either way. And we attempted to contact the post office, and it appeared that these were never delivered. We delivered them to the post office, but they were never delivered. However, saying that, once we found that out, we did attempt to notify all the relevant property owners this year so that they would know. By that, people were calling each other anyway and were emailing us. So then we had either email addresses or actual addresses that we can notify them. So most of these people I started corresponding with by email, including the meeting today. Only the Smiths, I think, didn't have an email address. So that did happen. We tried to rectify that. Obviously, would not take any action on it until we were certain that we had tried to follow what the Code of Virginia requires. So that was that anomaly. And one other issue about this being conditionally closed, that was correct. But we do lease ground that's conditionally open and closed, and it would be open certain times of the year to direct harvest. Other times, if they were harvested, they'd have to be relayed, which we have a program to do. It's regulated, as you know, by our Marine Patrol, and a permit's required, and a fee is involved. So that's to clarify that issue. So those are the two issues I wanted to clarify real quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Staggs. I will tell you this, I also sit on the Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and I've never seen such abhorrent mail service. We have individuals that come in there and tell us time and time and time again they never got the mail. And, you know, after a while, and Dr. Neal sits on there with me, Mr. Franson's on there with me, and I sometimes shake my head and wonder, is it real or is it not real? But by virtue of what I'm hearing tonight, it's obviously pretty real. So that's the answer to that question, ma'am.
Yeah, just to clarify further, I did a lot of research on this. And so when you send a certified mail, it gets a tracking number that we know about right away when we do it, because it's all done online. We know that they did get a tracking number and went to the post office. What we could never figure out is why they never were delivered. It clearly says at the post office, we sent it to the post office, they had their tracking number, the post office had it, but apparently never delivered them. So I don't really know what happened, but that's all I can tell you about it. So, but we did try to rectify that once we knew that was the case.
Okay. Ms. Harris, further questions?
Yes, I'd just like to say that I think everyone is in favor of healthy waterways. Everyone is in favor of having oysters return the numbers that they traditionally were before we devastated them. That's not the issue. It's more a matter, in my opinion, of what's the right location for this kind of project. And again, looking at the photos, the aerials, the schematics, this cove is small and tucked away. It's a little cul-de-sac. And I am concerned about the amount of commercial activity that we have now, but we're all getting along. I'm afraid that this is a step down a slippery slope. I hope that the Shinnemans will stay true to their word as far as their intentions regarding the cove, the lack of noise. I wonder how they will harvest these oysters if they're not in cages. Does that mean dredging? How much does that disturb the bottom? These are questions I have that maybe some of the other staff could address.
Ms. Shinneman, how do you plan on, or are you going to do on bottom aquaculture? What device are you going to use? What are you going to use to harvest them with?
Hand tong.
Hand tongs.
Just hand tongs, yeah. Just regular old scissor tongs.
So thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. So I have oysters growing around the dock at 732 as well as 664. How do I know where the line is between what's my oyster and what's their oyster?
Well, Mr. Stagg, I'll let you answer that.
Well, right now there are no leases in this section of the creek. So right now they're public oysters because it's technically just, it's not public ground in the sense that it's designated public ground, but it's unleased ground, which makes it de facto public ground. Certainly anyone along the shoreline recreationally could harvest during the open season when it's not conditionally closed up to a bushel of oysters for recreational use. If this ground is leased, then any oysters that are on the lease footprint become property of the leaseholder. And of course, the lease is supposed to be staked if it's being actively used. So the markers should be in place. And if you're a landowner, you should not encroach into the lease and take oysters off of it if it's properly marked. I think that answers that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stagg. I do have a picture, and of course the picture that's on the screen now I can see, but I don't know where our property is in relation to that. Perhaps the Shinnemans know. Is there a cutout of sorts for our dock area on the two properties we have, Karen's property as well as our property at 732?
Well, this is the best I could do from the land records. This picture with the names, I believe that right where the word Harris is, there is a house and a That's one of those properties, I believe. What we tried to do, that pier that is just offshore of that, which is north of it, we did stay off of that, to try to honor access to that pier. If you own further to the north, where the lease does go in between those piers, where the word application 2018-22 is, and it's not surveyed exactly like that, that's the application area. We'd have to go to a different slide. But, one thing the commission could consider is not leasing. There you go. That's the surveyed area you see now. And so in between those two piers at the southern end there on the right side, one option the commission could deem not leasing that little rectangle and just go to the two offshore points, similar to the suggestion I made about the Smiths area, where maybe we just don't, the commission wouldn't want to lease right up against the shoreline there. So those are options that could be modified and we can make a new plat. But in creeks like this where people want to go near the shore, we survey it that way, and this is the result. Sometimes it gets protested by landowners, sometimes it doesn't. So that is an option, and if this is the current survey that we did, and we did buffer around people's piers.
So the option that you just mentioned, how do I go about suggesting that or requesting that?
Well, I think I suggested you can certainly, we go to the plat, Mike, you can go to there. So the area we're talking about, I think, is there's a pier south of 2122, so we buffered that. There's a pier north of corners 19 and 20. So, and I believe your property is due east of 2021, or your properties, possibly. So we could go from 23 to 22 to 19 and then north. And then for the Smiths, we go from 17 to 14, and that would eliminate the area right in that code that's next to their property. So those are options that are certainly you can request, and it'll be up to the commission whether they want to lease this as surveyed, modified, or not lease it at all.
Thank you, Mr. Stagg.
Thank you. I would like to ask for that modification, if I may.
Well, it's okay. You can. Okay, your request has been so noted, and we will bring that before the commission at the time they make a decision.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate your time.
Yes, ma'am. So John Harris.
Passed away about 4 weeks ago, I'm sad to say.
I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. I still have him on the list as a protest. My condolences, for certain. Yes, ma'am. Judith Nichols?
I do not see Ms. Nichols on here.
Judith Nichols.
If you'd like, I can unmute the entire line so we can have.
Is there anyone else in opposition to this project?
Hold on. Let everyone know I'm going to unmute them all, would you? Because it's going to be loud.
We're unmuted. Is there anyone else in opposition to this project?
So these are the TAUG tags that ASMFC.
No. We're not talking about TAUG tags of ASMFC. We are on a oyster case still. Is there anyone in opposition to the Shenneman's oyster case? Thank you. Ms. Shenneman, you have an opportunity for 3 minutes to rebut.
Okay, Commissioner Bowman, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in answer to Ms. Harris' question, she is not in the 2021 area. She actually has where 23 is. Her property is in that area that we have way cut away from. She's actually got a property on the application that we have and a property that is actually in the already acquired application of Mr. Harding. So she kind of borders two different leases. So we are well away from, Ms. Harris, we are well away from your location. I can promise you that. As far as taking that 2021 away, that would be really difficult for us because that would be one area that we would be able to be successful at per some experts in the field. So I'd hate to lose that due to just, it looks big, but it's kind of minimal what we're going to be able to do, quite honestly. To To address the situation of us not having a home in that location, in that cove, that is incorrect. We do have a location in that home. We have 2 homes and a property. We have a home in Louisetta and a home up in Doctors Point also, plus the barn. So we live up in the little cove that's probably where you see 9 and 10. We have a home there with a pier. You know, I'm sorry that the people didn't get their notifications. That might have something to do with not being full-time residences. I don't know about that, but anyway, we're here today, like you mentioned before. So I would like to address the situation of Jeff saying it is a done deal. We have been to many, many commission meetings over the years, and we are well aware that nothing is done until it is done. And things can change at the blink of an eye. So that would be completely incorrect. We are well experienced in situations. So I'm sorry that this has seemed to become a attack of our character and what we intend to do, but we really just want to be good stewards, good neighbors, work the bottom with hand tongs, and that's simply the case.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Shinneman by members of the commission?
I have a question, Ed Tankard.
Mr. Tankard, proceed, please, sir.
As was mentioned earlier, this is a bottom that's closed, and so thus you would have to relay. What are your plans for that, Ms. Shinneman?
Well, as far as relaying, we have some options where we can take them to, as far as the relay is concerned. I don't know that we would try to even, you know, it's not our intention to try to harvest them during that time period. We would just really do it during open season.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Tankard,
You're welcome.
Mr. Tankard, we've not been a real fan of relay either because it's very labor intensive on the Marine police officers, and you know, a lot of outlets sometimes won't take them during relay. So yeah, just to follow up on that response. Any further questions of Ms. Shinneman? Okay, seeing none, the matter is before the commission for discussion and action.
Chad Ballard, I certainly appreciate some of the protestants' comments and certainly understand the fear of the unknown when something new like this might be occurring right in your backyard. But it sounds to me like the applicant has a good plan laid out that will be minimally invasive. And after evaluating all sides and all the merits in the Code of Virginia, I support the staff recommendation.
Motion made by Mr. Ballard to support staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Mr. France.
Second. Was that Lusk or France? I think you both at the same time.
Mr. France, I have a question, and I will second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. France.
But I have a question for staff.
Okay.
My question would be, is there any history of this ever being before?
I couldn't understand. You broke up, Mr. France.
Just a second.
The question is, has this been leased before? Is that the question?
History of this ever being leased?
I don't believe there's been a lease up in this part of the code before, but I can't say that unequivocally, but I don't think so.
Thank you.
Further questions? Call the question. Mr. France.
Aye.
Mr. Tankard.
No.
Mr. Zedrin's absent. Dr. Neal.
Aye.
Mr. Ballard.
Aye.
Mr. Minor. Mr. Minor. Ms. Lusk.
Aye.
Ms. Everett.
Aye.
Mr. Minor. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you very much for your debate, discussion, and information. It's greatly appreciated. That's the end of the agenda until we get to the public comment section. At this time, we will answer or attempt to answer or give you the platform to ask any question that's not on the agenda. In order to do that, if you're connected to a computer, please use the chat function at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen to let the VMR staff know you would like to address the commission and what you are asking for. If you're connected by phone only, we will unmute the phones at the very end to ask anyone else if they would like to speak.
No one via chat.
No one what?
No one so far.
Okay. Unmute the phone.
Yep.
Phones are unmuted. Does anyone wish to address the commission? They're seeing none. The public hearing is closed. Public comments are closed. Anything else to come before this commission by members of this august body? Just as a reminder, as a heads up, we will have our regular October meeting. The meeting in November and December will be combined. I believe it's on the 8th of December. That way we avoid both Thanksgiving and Christmas. That is without objection. If anybody wants to have two meetings, let me know. Be glad to be here for you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention today. It has been a long day. There's been a lot of moving parts to it. I apologize if at times things got a little sideways in an attempt to let everybody be heard and their case be stated. But I really do appreciate your time, attention. If you need anything, call me. Meeting is now adjourned.